gay little lizard, gay little liz, gay little liz, gay little liz, gay little, gay little, gay little, gay little, gay.
Und trink Cola! Und trink Cola! Und trink Cola!
Monkey! Live long and prosper.
Snepleps just resubscribed for 23 months. Oh brother.
Und trink Cola. 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 Und trink Cola.
Monkey!
Cola. Und trink Cola. Und trink Cola.
You gotta be on your ass. Stop!
Y'all are out of control. Class is out of control and class hasn't even started yet. What is going on? I haven't even started class yet and y'all are yippieing and you are andring cola? Andring cola? I haven't even started class yet. There's gonna... You guys. Alright, okay, alright. Here's what we're gonna do. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do... You get...
It's false. No way. Not this time. We created it. Not this time. No.
You get 20 yippies. You get 20 yippies. Alright? You get 20 yippies. The ADHD is palpable. It is! Hi everybody, welcome on! Hello! Hi friends! Hello! Finally a limit on Yippee. One of my fave streamers is on! One of my fave streamers! Sorry, I'm in my creaky chair, so it's gonna be all creaky and crotchety. But I have a treat for you guys today. I have a really special treat for y'all. I have a super duper special treat for y'all today that I hope you will love very much. And that treat is about to be revealed in one moment when I post this to Blue Sky that I am live. In a second. And I posted it. And I posted it on Discord. And that treat that I have for you today. Hi Pretzel, how you doing? Got that squeaky chair beat. Yeah, I switched to this back to my old chair because I was like gaming and it's more comfy to game in. Because it lets me like lean back a lot more. But the downside of it is that it is incredibly squeaky. And it sounds a little bit like weird to be streaming with it. And I'm like squeaking around on my squeaky chair. Hi Jay, nice to see you. How are you? Hello. That kind of predator. All right, I have a special treat for y'all today. And that treat, my friends, happens to be turning the music down a smidgen because it's a bit loud. That treat is my face. Hi. Hello. Hi everyone. Welcome on in. I downloaded this thing to do like face tracking. That's pretty neat, right? It's a little bit, it's like going across the screen, like, I don't know. So I dropped my camera and I think it's working okay. I think it's working okay. It looks okay. Thank you. Thank you. But it is a little weird. So I don't know.
Resubscribed for
I don't know.
31
Dude,
months.
thank you so much for joining.
Art
Hi,
Skool,
hello.
the school where we art and school.
It do be Art Skool today. That is the real treat that I have for y'all today. Today's Art Skool. We're bringing back Art Skool, and I'm really excited about it. So I'm really happy. Hi, Rex. So glad you could join us. Hi, nice to see you. Hi, everybody. How y'all doing? My voice is still a little like effed up. I don't know when it's gonna get better. I'm sorry. I still sound like a I don't know. Sometimes I sound like a smoker, and sometimes I sound like Ash Ketchum or like a teenage boy. I don't know when it's gonna get better. I hope my vocal cords are not like permanently fried from whatever illness I had. Maybe it was COVID. I don't know. At this point, I'm starting to feel like I had COVID because what else could be causing this? Ash Smokum. Sorry you dropped your cam. I'm glad to see you and happy to see you here. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Hi. Hello. All right. In today's Art Skool, everybody. Welcome on into Art Skool. Sound like me, early tea, just squeaking. I'm just squeaking. I'm just a little bit squeaking. I'm just squeaking around. Hi, sir. Nice to see you. Congrats on freaking gaming yesterday and getting the spooky guy. Spooky. What's his name? Spooky Joe. No, that's not his name. The damn ghost. Bob. Why'd I call him Spooky Joe? Yeah, the voice crack's the worst, so your voice just goes, no. Yeah. I don't know what happened. I don't have food in my mouth, do I?
You gotta be on your way.
Do I have food in my mouth? I was eating pasta, so sorry if I have like pasta in my mouth. Yeah, Art Skool. Why do you need to be so late? I have work tomorrow. I'm sorry, Leia. It is 5 for me. I meant to start at 4, but I had to get some things set up, so sorry, I'm in Pacific time zone. I'm sorry, but we will have the VOD up for you, so you can always review it later. And you can still, if you can't make the streams, you can still participate in the Discord with homework and assignments and all that good stuff. So, class, I have brought you all here today to Art Skool, to ask y'all a question, because what, you sound like an owl? Not too crazy. Okay, good. It's not too crazy on Eastern time zone. There's homework. We're not gonna call it homework. We're gonna call it extracurricular. We're gonna call it learn more, do stuff to learn things outside of the stream, which is what you're gonna have to do if you want to get good. Sorry. Anyway, back in school again. You're in school with a K, which makes it cooler. Cool. Hi, Gummy. Nice to see you. How are you? Welcome on in. It's a learning adventure. Yeah. And it's a Super Bowl today, isn't it? Post-stream learning. Yes, Am got it. It's post-stream learning. Yes, post-stream learning. Okay, so I'm gonna move this stuff over here so I can read chat over here. I think this music's too much for me. Oh, Bossa Nova, that's perfect. The horns were a little bit too loud in my head. It was like... All right, everyone, welcome on into Art Skool. Who's ready to learn some things, some art things? The halftime Chipotle giveaway? What? Halftime Chipotle giveaway? What is going on? Wasn't there this whole thing about like Kid Rock, like performing like an alternative halftime show? Not gonna get into that. They're doing free food code at halftime. Nice, nice. Me, I'm ready. All right, Bloody Fangs is ready. All right, Patch is ready. Okay, you play RuneScape while you hang out and watch, of course. Hi, Introvert, nice to see you. They pre-record an Ultra at halftime and it's awful. Yeah, I saw that. It was like, it was so cringe. Like, I don't know, we're in like post cringe culture now. Like it was really, like I literally like laughed. Sorry, laughed is not the right word. I guffawed. I guffawed at the Kid Rock show. It was so funny. All right, I already know everything, so I don't know how much I can learn. I choose not to ascend. You don't want to ascend? You've already learned everything? So you know everything in this planet has to offer. You have absorbed everything. You're like a deity level. Why aren't you teaching art school then? What are you doing? You know everything. Thorin, you are. Come on, you're freaking messing with me. I think my camera might be slightly messed up. It looks a little crunchy.
It's tail time.
Does it look crunchy? I don't know. I feel like it looks crunchy. Hey, welcome on in. Oh, I forgot to open this. Parmesan. Hi, Parmesan. Welcome on in. Thank you for the follow. All right, we're gonna start with art school, and I wanted to start. We opened up. First off, I should say before we did this session like once before, right? And I wanted to bring it back because I loved it, and I love like kind of teaching and explaining things, and I wanted to make a place here on this channel and in our Discord where we could all learn and support each other and help each other grow as artists. That's the art process. Grunkly, yes, that is the art process. Actually, you're onto something there. So the face cam does seem a little jumpy. Yeah, I could turn that off. I don't need that. Ah. Hello. Yeah, I don't need the jumpy following thing. Oh. Okay, there we go. So this camera is just, I gotta get a new cam. Yeah, it's throwing me off as I watch number on. Yeah, turn it off. Grab my position of brain thought because I have extreme ADHD. So anyway, I wanted to bring back art school because I really, really loved it. It was so much fun. Everyone really liked it. It was very well received. I don't know why I stopped. And we're going to start here. So consider this episode 1, because we're going to start from here and we're going to make this a weekly thing, which is very exciting. So I posted in the Discord. Hi, Sadie Storm. Nice to see you. Welcome on in. Jimmy! Yo! Jimmy's back! Where's our clapping? Jimmy the legend! Oh my god, dude, how are you? No way, dude. I was thinking about you. I was like thinking about you the other day. I swear we have like a psychic link, bro. I was like, man, I wonder how Jimmy's doing. I think it's because I was like going through my roles, you know, my mod roles. I was like giving someone editor. I was giving Wolfie editor, and then I saw you on my little list of like little people with the VIP, and I was like, how is Jimmy doing? Like, I'm glad you're doing so well. That's awesome. Yeah, I'm doing good. I am like getting over being sick. I've been sick like since December. It's been like early December. I've been sick for like 2 months. It's been rough. But besides that, I'm doing good. Got back from a convention. I have a nice break between conventions. We're looking at buying a house though, so rip my free time. Things are not chill, but it's good though. It's good. It's all good stuff moving forward. Life shit, you know, and we're in art school now. So welcome on in. I've always wanted to light 40K on fire. Yeah, so that is basically art school. And Sal, thank you so much for the gift subs! Oh my god! Thank you! What the heck? Thank you! Thank you! That's so kind of you! Thank you for the resub! Hi! Hello! How are you? Oh god, my phone's cracking.
just resubscribed for 26 months.
Guys, I swear I'm not on like testosterone. I am just like, I think I have like laryngitis or something like lingering from like being sick for so long, and my voice is hecked up and it is not returning back to normal, and I'm a little worried about that, but that's a problem for me, not for you. Sal bribing the teacher. Hi Sal, thank you so much for your kind support. Thank you, it's so nice of you. Oh my gosh, thank you. And thank you for the resub. Thank you. The dimples are out. I know, I need to get a new camera though. This camera is not doing it for me. I'm done with Elgato, man. Their products suck. Anyway, what I wanted to do, I posted the Discord about art school and I was like, hey, what do you want to learn, right? What does everyone want to learn together? Like, what do we want to focus on? And we had a lot of great suggestions in the art den of the Discord, by the way, the artist den room.
Live long and prosper.
We had
Skunkly Floof just resubscribed for 4
months. Oh my god,
months.
thank you so much.
WCB.
Thank you. I need a new camera to with the face tracking and VRC to work. What's your current camera? Because my Logitech C920 is what I usually use when I'm in VR chat for face tracking. It works really good for face tracking. It's what I use for my model too. But if you're looking for something better, yeah, it's not great for a face cam. And Elgato face cam is trash for face tracking for a model for some for some reason. I was looking at the Insta360 Link 2. That's one that I put on my throne. That's the one that I want to get next because it has like, it has full tracking and it's like actually on a like mechanical device that tracks it. So it looks really good. I like watched the video earlier. I was like, you know, I think that's the one. And it's like not a bad price point. It's like $199. So it's pretty good. Jack, hi, nice to see you. Welcome on in. My goodness, we have a hype train. Whoa, thank you so much for the love and support, y'all. Thank you. Yeah, everyone go pee now. Once the lesson starts, we're locking the doors and you ain't moving anywhere. You can sit down in your seats. You're not going anywhere until class is over. I don't care if you have an emergency in the back. Sit down. Sit your ass down. What we learn and teach. I'm just kidding. I brought out the Pittsburgh accent for that one there. Anyway, so we had a lot of great suggestions in Discord about what to cover for art school, right? We had some suggestions like framing. I asked composition. So composition, stylization is a great one. We had submit art for critique, which is something I definitely think we're going to be doing. And I'd like to be doing that every week, right? And I think how we'll do the critique is we're going to do little short assignments. Now, I know not everyone can do assignments every week because some of y'all are busy. Some of you, like Jack, are already in art school. So you already got assignments. You don't want to do extras. But we'll have a little bit of small mini critiques every week. To contribute to that. Perspective, anatomy lessons, furry anatomy. We had ideas to do how to draw humans as an animal artist. That's a great one. I like that one from Pan. How to mimic other art styles. I really, so that's like stylization, which is what Psycho Manti suggested. Leaf suggested the 7+ types of contrast. Very good. We had a bunch of really great ones. Color theory, how to draw faster, how to draw clothes, how to sketch better. I like these. These are good. So these are all really good ideas, but there was one idea that stood out for me when I thought about what I should talk about today. For the first class, I was like, what do we start the first class with, right? You know, I could go in, I could ask you what you want to learn, I could draw it and demo you, but you know, where's the foundation? Where's the gabagool with that? You know what I mean? So I thought today, I saw Leaf's idea, and I liked your idea, Leaf, is to talk about why do we make art? Art and intent in your journey as an artist, right? I thought this would be a really good talking point for us to start off with. Ray, thank you so much for the 5 gift subs! Oh my god! Wow! Thank you! Thank you so much! That's so sweet of you, dear! Thank you! Hi! And how are you? I love you so much! Thank you! Thank you! How you doing? Are you chilling? Are you back home from your last assignment? I hope that you're able to have a chill time. Thank you so much for your kind support. I love you so much. Thank you. I say smart things once in a while. You do. You do, like most of the time, actually. This is why I ask you for advice on stuff, because you're like a smart adult person who sometimes is a goat on the internet and paints little tiny things. I'm chilling at home. I'm glad you're chilling at home. I am. Thank you. My voice is still a little messed up from being sick, but I'm getting there. I'm getting there. Muffins, can I say I'm feeling very thankful for my amazing community. They're awesome. Streamer Sky today. Oh, thank you. I love you too. I'm feeling so thankful for y'all. Oh my god. So if you want to make art, it means there's something within your mind or being that you want to get out. Yes. So this is what I want to ask you all today to start up the lesson. I wanted to open the floor for a discussion. And we are going to have an active draw together segment as well today. So while we're kind of talking and stuff, if you want to participate in the draw together, get your tablets out, get your sketchbooks out, so we can all work on that. Artist syndrome, brain is full of art. So I want to ask y'all in chat, and those of you who are not currently actively creating art, I also want you to come at this from the angle of, maybe not if you're not making art, why do you like art, right? What do you like about art? So an artist in the chat, though, I want you to answer this first. Why do you make art? Why? You know, that's I'm asking you to answer. Go ahead. Give me answers. Because I want to know, and I want everyone to kind of participate. This is not just going to be yapping directly at y'all for like forever. I want to be reading and learning, and this is an interactive thing. Artists are reverse vampires. Vampires feed off the life of things to sustain themselves. Artists give life to other things to sustain ourselves.
Let's get it on.
Thorn. Sorry, I have my TTS is not working for 100 bits, but I will go ahead and read that. I'm sorry. Thank you for the bits, Leo. Thank you. When you start art school and the class is throwing wads of cash at the teacher, Biff. Are you throwing spitballs in the back of the class? Thorn, sit down. Thorn, go back to your seat. No. I'm gonna call principal. Go back to your seat. Leaf, tell Thor to go back to the seat. He's throwing stuff in the back of the room. I saw that. It's so pretty. Okay, art's so pretty. Why do birds fly? Okay, question with a question. All right, Leaf says, for real, I make art to express complex feelings and emotions about, did I post this on Blue Sky? I forgot to post this in here. Share, please. Can someone pin that? I can pin that. I'm a capable human being. By the way, thank you all so much for the freaking hype train. Level 5. What the heck? Thank you so much. You're awesome. Thank you for your kindness. Thank you, thank you. All right, I'm gonna read these. Let's see why y'all make art, if it lets me scroll up. Leaf says, I make art to express complex feelings and emotions about things in life that I don't have the space for otherwise. All right, okay. I'm gonna make notes as we go. Okay. Expression. Yeah. Enough stabilization. That's a great reason to make art. That's a really important reason, actually. Are you the principal too? No, Chad Rack's the principal, so you don't want to go to the principal's office. Petrichor. I feel it in my soul. Okay. Soul. Okay, we make art because it's part of our soul. I like that. Okay. Doc says, I do not draw art yet, but I do stuff to put feelings to paper to make someone else's day a little brighter. Or just because this sounds cool, I should do this. Okay. Is cool to make people happy. That's a great reason. That's actually a huge reason why I make art too. All right. Okay, that's a good reason. And Jack says, I make art because I want to feel more. I want to be able to I want to be able to be compassionate towards everything. Aww. Art is something that can always make me feel, so I really want that to be a part of me. It's selfish really, but I want to be able to participate in the same thing that makes me feel genuinely real. Also, furries make me feel real joy, and I want to make furries. Yes, I love that. Genuinity? Is that a word? Is genuinity a word? Realness. Real joy. I like that. Big feelings. Big feelings. So I have a question on the feelings thing. Have you ever walked into a museum and seen an art piece that just made you like lose it, like an old art painting in a museum, and you're just like, wow, like you just look at it and you're just like in awe? Because I've had that happen and it is the best feeling. Oh, I love it. I love that. I love that feeling. Scrolling back out, Gummy says, I make art to get the things in my head out of my head. Okay. So to, let's say, how would I word that? Make ideas a reality? Sorry, my handwriting's terrible. To relax and have fun, Synth? Okay. That's a great reason. Y'all have to bear with me because I'm dyslexic, so when I write stuff, I'll write the wrong like letters all the time. Let's see. Yeah, form of self-care, exactly. Are you able to submit art for critique? I have a piece I'm working on. Yes, you will be able to do that. We could do a little small critique today, potentially if we have time, depending on how long we go talking about this, and then I guess we can kind of gauge if y'all would rather do a critique or a draw together exercise after this little segment, after our little kind of intro to the class. Chad Breck's office is a pull-out couch bed. He sleeps in it because he can't afford an apartment. It's a pull-out car bed. Yeah, he has a car bed in his office. I make art to explore worlds and characters and stories within my mind. Yes, exploration. Fantastic. Yes, to create a thing in a world that seems very obsessed with destroying. Creation. Yeah. Yeah, to be the grain of sand in the eye of capitalism and depersonalization. Oh, I like that. That's very big. I like it. Yeah, you ever look at a meme and say, I want to make that in my own way? That. Yeah, kind of taking your own ownership. Ownership, I would say. Ownership, right? Over something. I would say, what is it, like ownership or like making your own version? Okay. Belonging would fit within that last reason. You think, yeah, belonging? Can you explain that, dog? Can you explain like the thought of belonging as far as like why you want to make art? Hang on, I'm scrolling up. I'm missing a lot of things here. Besides watching cartoons, I can't engage with art in our community much till a few years ago. Okay. Yeah. I don't know exactly why I draw, but I love drawing the characters. That's great. And see, if you don't know, if you're in the chat here and you don't know why you draw, but you love art and you don't know why you like furry art or whatever kind of art, and you want to explore that feeling of why do I do these things that I do, this is going to help you. Hopefully. I'm like that. Replace museum with someone's art they post in social media. Perfect. Okay. You do it with things you find every day, dog. Yes, finding the joy, finding the true wonder in things is very important. MFF, the art auction, saw an oil painting that made me decide I need to go to art school. Beautiful. Perfect. I make art for myself. Perfect. I like to draw things I don't see other people draw very often, like the pride art of my persona. That's awesome. Helps you understand your emotions. Okay. Yeah. Jamie says, I make art because I think the depth of human spirit and the broad range of unique emotions we feel is what makes life worth living. Yes. And by experiencing more stories and worlds, we all as a collective reach a deeper level of understanding and compassion, both to others and ourselves. Yes. My mind's too jumbled up and distracted to think deeply and put my feelings and words into why I like art. But I'm hearing a lot of reasons that I agree with. Exactly. So this is a good one for you, Wolfie, then. This is a good one. So I think Jimmy pretty much nailed it with that one too. Honestly, I think actually everyone nailed it. So the answer to this question is all of these answers and everything you said is right? There are no wrong answers as to why do you make art? Everyone makes art for their own personal reasons. You know, I make art for my own reasons. You make art for yours. You know, there are people who do art because, you know, they want it to do it for their career. It's their job. They want to do art because they want to make people happy. They do art because they just simply feel like they have to, and it is intangible and they can't describe why, but they simply have to do it, right? And it can be a combination of any and all of these things as to why we make art. I was thinking, and this is something I want to talk about because when we're thinking about, it's 2026, right? The day that we live in today, the year that we live in now, of course, you know, you have to talk about like AI. I'm not gonna make this whole lecture or whatever talk about AI, but you know, a lot of people think, why should I make art when I could type like, draw a funny bunny with a little hat and a tutu and then get a picture, right? And for a lot of people, they think, oh, I like art because it looks pretty and I don't really care how it was made. But I don't think that's really being truthful. I'm gonna tell you why. I think those people are lying to themselves, not just to us. So I had a point. Right. So let's say you walk into a museum, okay? So you're in a museum, you're looking around and you're like, wow, look at these weird old suits of armor, okay? People, now when you look at something like an exhibit in a museum, whether it's a suit of armor or a vase, or even let's say like artifacts from like, you know, I don't know, like way like thousands of years ago, like little spearheads and stuff. You're like, you know, it's the fight to become an artist is immense. Yes, it can be. And it always is, because I think the fight to just be a human and how complicated we are is immense, right? But, and I'll make the point that AI can't be art because it lacks the experiential limitations and imperfections of the human mind. Yeah, we don't just regurgitate information. Yes, our lovely rare brains recombobulate the information and then we express the concept our own way. So I guess my question for everyone in chat right now, let's say we're in a museum together. We're on a field trip, virtual field trip, okay? And we find this suit of armor and these little helmets and stuff. Now, if you were to take these suit of armor, the tangible, actual, real ones, and hi Bear, welcome on in. And you were to kind of, these are the real ones. They're from like, let's say medieval times or something. I don't know when this is dated. I'm not a historian of armor, but, and you're gonna put it next to like, let's say, like an AI generated, like, I don't know, like an AI generated picture of that. Now, which one do you feel like you're gonna gravitate to? The real armor from like 5,000 years ago, or like an AI generated picture of armor? Which one do you think is gonna be more interesting to you, and why? Like, why do we look at something in a museum that's like an artifact? Let's say it's like a spearhead, okay? Like an old spearhead, a primitive spearhead. Why would we look at that and put it in a museum and be interested in it, right? Because it's just, let's even bring it down, not just to, because the armor is complicated, it's detailed, and etc., etc. Let's say you have an exhibit and it's a spearhead. It's just like this little thing. Let's say this is your spearhead, all right? On the surface, the spearhead's very simple. It's just a little square. It's just a spearhead. It's not that interesting. But you do know that the spearhead is from like the dawn of man. It's like an ancient artifact from like, I don't know, like however, like 10,000 years ago. It's like crazy, you know? Historians in the chat are gonna scream at me. Anyway, so I think it loses a soul. Yeah. There's no follow through in AI art. Yeah. Any relic human made that was purpose made, even just for display, AI has no intent. Yes. Only living things have intent. I would agree with you, but I'm looking for that right there, Thorn. Yes, that's what I'm looking for. Thorn, you get a gold star. That's what I'm looking for. All art tells a story. Yes, not a story of heroes or tragedy or myths, but the story of the creator's process of creating. Yes, that's what I was waiting for. Art and the things that we make as human beings and in our society, yes, it's autobiographical. It tells a story. And that's what's so fascinating, whether you're at a museum and you see like, let's say an ancient artifact, this is a spear, okay? It's just like a little spearhead. You're like, wow, that's, you know, on the surface, that's not really interesting. It's basically just a rock that's kind of shaped like roughly like a spear. But when you look at it, you realize this is something that has existed for so long. And this is an artifact that tells the history and the story of the person who shaped that sphere, who created it, how they used it, how it could have, you know, fed their family or their tribe, how it could have, you know, like potentially saved their lives, you know, in a fight against like another person, against a wild animal. You don't know. But that spear, as simple as it may be, was made by the hands of a person, and it tells a story. And that is something that AI can never do. That is something that no matter how hard they try, no matter how advanced or indistinguishable AI gets from, you know, real life videos, art, etc., it can never tell a human story. It never has that integral story and that spirit, which brings back to the spirit thing that Muffin mentioned. Sometimes I look at gravel in our driveway, and that gravel has a story. It's probably older than me. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, what stories would be said? Exactly. I feel the same way, Petch, when I go to, and I love going to natural history museums, and I love looking at like dinosaur skeletons and stuff, because it's like, it's so exciting to see, you know, the remains of a creature, an animal that was alive for so much longer than we were, and far earlier than we were ever on this planet. And I just think it's it's humbling, and it's really exciting to see. And I think in that same way, I think art tells that story, that human story, you know? Otzi, the oldest mummy we have found, was covered in tattoos. Tattoos of what? We're not sure, but it is someone's history there. I like that. They decided to mark their body with permanent stuff while living over 5,000 years ago. That is so cool. That is so cool. Exactly. Tattoos are a great example of telling our stories on our bodies. That is so amazing. And hi, Gally, welcome on. Thank you for the follow. Feel free, if you just joined us, feel free to jump in if you have anything to share while we go over this. And we're going to have a draw together session soon. That's the thing that gives me the uncanny feeling with AI art. It's gone hollow. Yes, it is. It's like it's like a hollow. AI art is almost like a it's like the uncanny valley of like something we can see, like of art, right? Because it doesn't have that human touch, that human story, that human spirit that we are able to produce with art. And when I mean like a human story, it doesn't matter. Now, if you are at the beginning of your journey as an artist and you were like, I don't know how to draw anything other than a stick figure, I can't be an artist, you're wrong. Because that stick figure you drew is by your hand and it's a part of your story. As soon as you take that pen to that paper and you draw that stick figure, you have created a mark on this world, right? I know it sounds like so small and insignificant, but that mark is something that no AI can ever do, right? Because that stick figure came from you. No one else can make those same exact marks that way. You have created that stick figure part of your story. And that is just the beauty of our whole journey as artists. And it doesn't matter, like I said, where you are in the journey. We're all here together. You know, it's cool. Hey, welcome on in, Bjorn. Thank you so much for the follow. And Petch says, hold on, let me scroll up a bit. Let's see. Did I miss any messages? The mummy tattoos were cool. The gravel is cool. Sam, by the way, Sam Hears is an incredible artist. He's exceptional. One of my favorite artists on the platform. He's very cool. Highly recommend y'all if you're looking for a really cool artist to check out. Go check out Sam. Bears BRB. Okay. So, and I don't want to make the whole thing about. We're not going to talk about AI the whole thing, but I want to talk about like that story element, because I think it's really important to remember, because I think a lot of people, they get into art and they get intimidated or they get impatient. Hi Hairbrain, welcome on in. And people get into art and they'll think, oh geez, like I am so frustrated because I'm trying to, for example, trying to draw something, right? And say, let me use my left hand for this example. People get into art and they're drawing for the first time and they're like, oh my god, my hands are not doing what I want them to do. This is so frustrating. It takes a long time to learn and it's really hard. And yes, it is hard. But you already started. If you drew this, you've already started. You're good. You're going there. Don't be hard on yourself. Throughout the whole journey, I guess what I'm trying to say for folks who are joining for this whole art school segment is don't be hard on yourself. It does take time to learn, like anything. And it's gonna take time to be where you want to be, of course, and that's normal. And it's good to want to improve, right? Feeling dissatisfied with your art is part of comes from a feeling inside yourself of wanting improvement and wanting to be better, which is a good thing, right? So if you feel frustrated with your art, you are doing the right thing, you know? Scrolling up. Hi Hairbrain, nice to meet you. It's fun to see IRL model at the same time. Hi. Hello, butt. Even the smallest, ugliest MS Paint art you drew as a kid of Ugly Mario has a story behind it. Yes, it does. It does, and that's the beauty of it. And now we're in the fine art debate of intent of artists versus the information applied by the artist, and how both are interpreted by the viewer. Yes, and it is funny how we get to that point with fine arts. It gets to the point where it's like, well, and then we get in the nitty gritty of things, because art is also a skill, right? It's a skill set that we learn. Visual art, any type of art, singing, music. It's a skill that we learn, right? But how you want to hone that skill and how you want to improve is up to each person's individual journey. I don't believe that there's a one size fits all for everyone learning art. Like, you know, when I went to art school, I originally was a painting major, and I switched out of being a painting major because I didn't like the way that they were teaching. I didn't like the modalities of teaching they were using, and it didn't really work for me. I switched to printmaking, which was awesome. Much more hands-on, much more tactile. It's more me. Everyone's different, and so with this whole journey of art school, I want to create something that everyone can take something away from, right? From this. That's my goal. Hi, Ren, thank you so much for the resub.
Yo, Tilda.
Thank you. A great example of the power of spending time to improve is PewDiePie? I don't understand. Is PewDiePie? Oh yeah, PewDiePie learned how to draw, right? Isn't PewDiePie kind of problematic? Or am I thinking of someone else? Hi Ren, how are you, dude? Nice to see you. Sometimes the meaning art will evolve with time, yeah. Meaning something sad, melancholy, someone made art of 300 years ago end up becoming meme of the year. That is true, actually. That's really funny. That is true. Scrolling up. Pretzel says, for me lately, art has been a tool to express the love I feel for different things. Yeah, like fan art of video games or the communities I'm a part of. Yeah, and if you think you can't draw something, prove it. And if you fail, prove it again. I think the thing is, my thought got away from me. Yeah, when learning something, I like what Dog said here. Hold on. When learning something, anything, go back and remember, did you learn how to walk in only hours? Yep. So he used to be problematic, but he was also young and learned. Okay, so he learned and he grew. All right, well, you know, everyone can learn and grow. So I talked a little bit about patience, being patient with yourself. Ongo Gablonigan. Who is Ongo Gablonigan? Who is Oingo Boingo for 500? So I want to ask everyone in the chat here who wants to participate, who is going to be kind of hanging out and participating in our art school segments. I want to ask, like, this is a question for you, and you can answer in chat, or you can answer, you know, to yourself and just think about it, reflect on it, or you can write it down. Who are you? I'm like that meme of the little kid, like, who are you? Who are you? And what do you want to say with your art? What do you want to express? What is your goal
You gotta
with your art? So everyone in chat, what are your goals? What are some of your goals as artists, as if you're literally, if this is your first day ever just picking up a pencil and trying to draw or learn art like today, like what are some of your goals? If you are not someone who is picking up a pencil and, you know, learning the process, but you are, yeah, what is like your intent? Exactly. Yeah, what is your intent? What is the point? What is your, we asked what is the point, right? But what is something that you want to achieve with that art? That's the real struggle intent. Yes, I overthink that a lot. Can you elaborate on that? Like, how do you overthink it? What do you think? My goal as an artist is to tell stories. Yeah, okay, okay. So you're a storyteller and you want to leave an impression. Okay. So your art, Thorn, is very focused outwardly to other people. You are here with your art and you are trying to, you're more worried about how it affects other people than your own, how it affects you, right? It's interesting. Okay. I want to make things, I want to make people feel things. Okay. Do you want to make yourself feel things? Or do you just want to make other people feel things? That's also my question for Thorn too, right? I DM'd you what that name was from Sunny in Philadelphia. Frank pretends to be a studio art critic. I remember that. He has the wig on. Oh my god. Sorry, one second. My nose is so stuffy. You're gonna have to forgive me. Hold on. Oh, sorry. And I blow my nose. It's just crazy stuffy. Draw cute creatures. Okay. More consistent, be able to draw more angles and species. Create a world I could narrate and or escape to. Okay. That's cool. Jack says I want to make things weird. Yeah. I want to make the profound vulgar and the vulgar profound. I want to make stuff that the old versions of me would recoil at. I like that. I also like spicy stuff. Okay. I like that. Doc says, keep wondering the who for the why, the who would care. Is it worth the effort? Imposter syndrome. Okay. I want to talk about imposter syndrome. Make it green. So I'm using different brushes. Imposter syndrome. Imposter syndrome is a nasty one. Yeah, the white wig, yeah. Thorn says, I've never been able to do self-emotional art. I tried to vent art once. I didn't even finish 2 scribbles before I drew something else. And that's valid. That's totally fine. Yeah. I don't think you have to make vent art to make art that makes you feel something. I think any art can make you feel something as the artist. I do. Volpe says, I've always struggled with my identity and I've always used it. And I have always used art to be introspective, to try and figure out who I am. I like that. And I want to draw colorful animal people. Cool. All right. All right. I want to take the ideas from my brain and put them out there. Okay. I want to become a content creator, honestly. That's awesome. That's a great goal. I think my goal is to make something I'm proud of and that I've taken the image of my head and properly put it in the world, but I'm not quite positive, to be honest. Okay. Yeah, juxtaposition. We like the juxtaposition. Hi, Pumpkin! Nice to see you. Welcome on in. Imposter syndrome is Garbo. Yes. You said imposter syndrome, but it looks like a doodle of sky. Oh, hey, oh! I saw that. I see what you're doing. When there's a picture of you making art. Ah. Hi, Pumpkin. How are you? Nice to see you. Thanks for joining us. Thank you, thank you. Thank you for the shout out. I was literally just about to do that. Hair looking cute today. Oh, thank you. I need to cut my bangs. I'm like, this is like falling over my eyes, but I also want to like grow my hair out, so I haven't cut it yet. So I don't know what to do with it. It's just like in this weird kind of in between space with the hair growing. I'm trying to grow it longer. It's nice to see you, Pumpkin. I'm glad you could join us. That's awesome. We're talking about Pumpkin, my question for you, what we were talking about with everyone is why, oh why is my hair looking so messed up? Why make art? Why make art at all? Why do you make art? Why do we make art? Why do you like art? These are the questions. Feel free to share. Feel free to share. Nitty, hi, how are you? Welcome on in. Imposter, give him a break. Everybody wants to be Syndrome. His outfit in The Incredibles was cool. Hi, Nitty, how are you? Nice to see you. So, Sky, what actual input on imposter syndrome did you have? Oh, okay, never mind, we moved on. No, we're gonna hit imposter syndrome. I want to talk about imposter syndrome. Okay, this is important. I want to talk about imposter syndrome. I want to talk about it. What is your favorite color? Why does my mic not want to stay up? Making art right now. Hell yeah! Because for me, it's a personal way of calming down after streams. It allows me some quiet and comforting space to explore my ideas and visions and shamelessly sketch OCs. Yes, yes. And we also had that self-care element echoed with a couple of other folks in the chat who shared why they make art. You know? Yeah, an image appears in your brain, I gotta put it on paper. Yeah, exactly. And sometimes it's like that, Summer. Sometimes it's like, you're just like, I gotta make it. I don't know why. I gotta make it. I don't know. Like sometimes I sit down and I'm like, dude, we'll touch on imposter syndrome. I'm not gonna skip over it. I'm like, oh my god, I have this image in my head and it is this. And I just have to draw it. Don't know why. Gotta draw this goose. You know, and you're just like drawing goose. You're drawing the goose for like days, for weeks, and you don't know why. But you know what? That's the beauty of it. Something in that goose that is an ineffable part of yourself, a part of your psyche, and a part of your being that you just gotta express. And that's what makes the story that we create with art so interesting. Hi, Denny, nice to see you. How are you? Welcome on in. I don't even know what I am. How can I recognize how bad I am? Imposter syndrome? I don't even know what I am. I am whatever you say I am. Whatever I am. What is that song? I don't know. Oh, thank you. I'm gonna do this every Sunday. This is like we're doing Art School every Sunday. We are gonna have a draw together. We'll probably either do a draw together or a critique today, depending on what y'all want to do in the chat. And then we're gonna talk about how we want to grow together throughout the course of this series. We're gonna do these every Sunday, so it's gonna be really fun. So
Live long and prosper.
Zaradin has just resubscribed
Sarah,
for
thank you so much for
27
the
months.
resub. Thank you. This is now the poorly drawn imposter syndrome goose. This is the goose, you guys. Actually, he's not upset enough. He needs a little bit of self-doubt. I think we gotta take this up a notch. All right. Yeah, there we go. This is the imposter syndrome goose, you guys. This is your brain on imposter syndrome. It's actually a duck. It's a swan, imposter is a goose. Imposter goose, okay? I'm not gonna just gloss over imposter syndrome. I want to talk about it. Because I think when we get into our journey as artists, and we get together, we talk about growth and improvement, and we talk about giving ourselves patience, right? I think we gotta talk about imposter syndrome. Gotta talk about it. Me figuring out don't crap your first student physics. Oh, you're doing amazing. You stop that. You're doing amazing with that. You were making magical things happen. I don't even know how you're doing it, but it's amazing. Volbeat says, I always have the urge to make art and feel guilty if I haven't made art in a while. Imposter syndrome stops me from sharing my art with other people. Yes, I just feel like it's not good enough to complete. All right. These are some of the feelings that imposter goose has. And we're gonna write them down. We're gonna not good enough. Dude, I can't write. Not good enough. All right. Doesn't want to share it. Scrolling up, missing, try not to miss any messages here. It's good to see you, Denny. I'm sorry you're feeling EP, but that's okay. Try to buy time to remember what to say about imposter syndrome. I gotta start talking about it soon. All right. Imposter syndrome. Volbeat shared a little bit of it. Can anyone else share with me what you feel imposter syndrome is, or if you feel that you struggle with it, how does it make you feel? I wanna write it down. I'm gonna write it down. All right, I'm not gonna do. Not feeling good enough to complete. This world doesn't support my journey. No. Crying. Tears. Okay. The feeling like I'm trying to be something I'm not. Like you're an imposter, right? And where does that feeling come from, right? The feeling like I'm trying to be I had this happen recently. All right, hold on. I'm gonna share. It's sharing time. So, IRL, real personal imposter syndrome. I arrive at, let's use a convention as an example. Arrive at TwitchCon. I'm invited back for year 2. Whoop, yippee, yippee! I'm so happy. Yippee, yippee, yippee! I pack up my stuff. I work really hard. I get everything together. I have everything. I fly, and I go and I arrive there, and I start to set up. And what do I see? Some of the best artists ever, like on the internet, period, around me, on tables, sharing and selling their art right next to me at a table at TwitchCon, which is a huge honor to get into. Huge honor. And I'm seeing some artists that are like huge creators that I, could never even imagine, like millions and millions of views on Instagram, that kind of stuff. And I'm like, whoa, sweat, right? I'm sweating because I'm like, dude, I'm like, can I do this? Like, I have a feeling like, what am I doing here? My voice cracking. It's so, what am I doing here? What am I doing here? Why am I here? Why am I trying when there's already people that are way better than me, right? That are way better than me. They're doing what I'm trying to do, but better. In my head is telling me this, and I'm like, right? I have like a breakdown. Scary. This is imposter syndrome, by the way. And how do we expel that? Well, I set up my booth. Hi, Boop. How you doing? Come on in. I set up my booth. I push through it because you know what? I'm like, dude, I'm here. And you know what? Take those brain thoughts, throw them in the garbage for now because I have the job to do. And I have worked really hard to get here. I've worked just as hard as everyone else here. Yes, they may have more followers. Yes, they may have more like views or whatever online. Yes, they might be selling their art for more than my art sells for. Yes, they may be more technically skilled than I am. But you know what? I work just as hard. And I was like, I'm gonna set my booth up. I'm gonna do it. Set up my booth. It's awesome. It's awesome. People come by, they love my art. I have so many people come by and they're like, oh my God, I love your art. This is so cute. This is amazing. I love what you do. It's so colorful. It's so fun. It's nostalgic. It makes me happy to behold your art. And that is where the imposter syndrome, it's like a balloon and it's like that's the positive energy, the positive vibes of having that community and sharing your art with other people and talking about it and just seeing the joy that it brings other people. That's what hits that balloon, and the balloon just goes, and then the imposter syndrome is gone. Get out of here, imposter syndrome. You're garbage, imposter syndrome. So I think, yeah, the feeling that your art isn't good enough. Yes, it's the feeling like Wolfie said, a feeling like you are faking it, right? You're faking it, you're not really good enough. That's the feeling of imposter syndrome, you know? Keeping your mind on the end result of community building inspiration is a big deal you deal with imposter syndrome. Yeah. Wait, are you reverse teaching, therapizing me? I think you are. Let me scroll up in chat and read some other comments here. Jack says, I feel like I'm too late. No matter how much I put into it, that thing into it that I will never be able to make the things I want to make. That isn't for me. And let me tell you something on that with what Jack said. The feeling like it's too late, okay? I feel like it's too late. I think there's anything in life we can look at and feel like it's too late, right? I mean, anything. If it feels like therapy for you, go to therapy and stop visiting Silent Hill. I am not a man, but men like James Sunderland and I do share some things in common, and that is we don't go to therapy. I should go to therapy because I literally, my partner is a therapist, and I know the importance of therapy. You got me. Clip that. I swear to God. I'll clip that. Free therapy, no. No, if your partner's a therapist, you don't get free therapy. Trust me on that. Stormy says if you constantly compare yourself to others, then you'll never be happy. Yeah. It's hard. Yeah, comparison is the thief of joy. I'm a faker. I'm not good. As good as others. It's too late. These are the things that Imposter Goose thinks. And his entire existence is sad, as you can see. He's sad and he's pained. He's tired. Guys, he's tired. So, how do we deal with improving Imposter Goose life? So, I want to go back to what Jack said about I'm too late. In comparisons, okay? Because when I'm too late, you think about comparisons. You only think you're too late at something because you are comparing where you are right now in your life to other people and where they are in their lives who are 10, 20, 30 years younger than you, whatever, you know what I mean? So, don't listen to Leaf. He's being ridiculous. So, here's the thing. I say this a lot. I talk about this a lot in the stream. Here, I need like a better brush. Here we go. Here's a little raccoon. She doesn't have arms. She doesn't have arms. All right, here she is. Little raccoon going through life, and she has different life paths. All right, the armless raccoon. We all have different life paths that we go through, and that we choose. It's like a road. So, this little raccoon decides, you know what? I'm gonna skip out and go into school and I'm gonna self-teach. You know? I'm gonna self-teach myself or something, right? And then this little raccoon maybe looks at another little raccoon and is like, damn, that little raccoon's, I don't know, what are raccoons? What do they hoard? They don't make art. What do they do? It's rock pile. It's better than my rock pile. Why is my rock pile not as good? Damn, I should have went to school to build rock piles like that raccoon did. And that little raccoon is looking at that other raccoon like, damn, I spent all of my raccoon bucks to learn how to build rock piles, and now I don't have any bucks. And I can build a good rock pile, but I'm really jealous of that raccoon over there who has all the raccoon bucks. And yeah, their rock pile might be not as good as mine, but they have all their raccoon bucks. I don't know, rack bucks. So here's the example: is comparison is going to be the thief of joy. Okay. There's a reason why this is a thing. Wait, is it thief I before E? Yeah, it is. dyslexia. Every time I went to finance and marketing instead of CS. But here's the thing, the grass is always greener, right? We always think that, and I struggle with this so bad, as you know, and like, as a lot of my friends know, right? We all struggle with this, comparing ourselves in many ways, you know what I mean? Like, there's so many things that we can look back on and say, oh, I wish I did this differently. I wish I was at X point in my life at X age, or Y age, right? I wish when I was 23 years old, I bought a house. I wish I bought a house at 23 because I would be rich now. If I bought a house when I was 23, that would be awesome. Guys, fam, can I ask you something? Everyone in the chat who is struggling with comparison, feeling like you're too late, feeling like you're comparing yourself to other people, why are you feeling frustrated with your past self? You cannot change your past self. Why are you looking back at you 5, 10, 15, 20 years ago and going, why was I not working harder and being more diligent at being better as an artist back then so I could be amazing now? Why was 15-year-old me not like drawing nonstop and doing studies and learning instead of playing Spyro the Dragon or whatever I was playing? You know what I mean? Like, why was I spending my time on World of Warcraft instead of learning art? Stop being mad at your past selves, guys. It's not helpful. Stop that. I'm telling that to myself too. Stop that, Sky. Stop that. Right? Yes. You are here right now. This is right now. This is the present. We do not live in the fourth dimension. We can't go back in time. We can't change who we were back then. We can't change what we did. You know, we can't change what we invested into, whether it's time or money or skills or education, you know? But where you are now is what is important, right? Jack, you now are learning and you're growing and you're doing what you want to do and you're learning and you're going through art school, and that is exceptional. That is impressive. Big clap. Big clap. It is not too late. It is not too late, okay? That's not true. There is too late. And the only too late there is after you're dead. I'm sorry, but that's it. Other than that, you got your whole life, okay? So now is the best time to start learning, okay? You know that phrase where like people are like, well, yesterday was the best time. Just if you can't start yesterday, start now. You know, it's like, it's stupid. It's kind of dumb because it's like, no, dummy, I can't start yesterday, bro. That already happened. But we can start now, right? And hi, Dana, let's welcome on. You can change who you'll become in a couple years from now. Yes, exactly. Exactly. Yeah. Another thing I want to talk about with, I'm mad at the old, well, I'm gonna read some comments and then I'm gonna hopefully remember what I was gonna say. I'm probably gonna forget it because I friggin' my ADHD. Let's see. If you're the weakest person, you're the one with a chance of growing the most. Like when Ash left his Charizard with a bunch of other much stronger Charizards. I like that. That's really cute. If I was working on a project only by myself, although I love the idea, I would have dropped it at first week because it will never be good. So sometimes accountability helps. And that, dog, is why exactly people go and do art classes and go to art school when they want to learn, because accountability is worth infinite money, in my opinion. I do think it. Some people will say, oh, art school, oh, it's so much money, it's a waste of money, you'll never get a job. Guys, not everyone is going to art school or learning art to make money. And I'm gonna be so real with you guys. I'm gonna be so honest. Like, if you are learning art to make money, I don't think you're in it for the right reason, right? I certainly didn't, exactly. I don't think that is the right reason to get into art, is to make money. Because number one, you're not gonna make as much money as you could make doing pretty much anything else. It's a lot harder. And then two, like, that's not the point. We talked about it, right? It's the soul, it's the story, it's the self-expression, it's the self-care. It's for us and it's for each other. It's for human beings, right? Maybe animals too. Maybe they appreciate art. We don't know. Who knows? You know? Art for money is graphic design. It gives me personally no shade any all the ick. Jack was like, graphic design gives me the ick. I'm not gonna lie, when I was in art school, I kind of thought the same thing. That's why, like, I didn't want to get into design. God, this camera did get fucked up when I dropped it, didn't it? It looks so bad. That's why I didn't want to get into graphic design. I was like, But I don't think graphic design is necessarily a bad thing. I think it is really important because it is a way that we do. A graphic design is sort of a form. It is born of capitalism. That is true. But it is a way that we can kind of insert and incorporate art into our capitalistic society. You know what I mean? The ick, I say! It gives me the ick! Yes, it's a form of art in a sense, though. Yeah. It is art. Yeah, it's art. Absolutely. Yeah. It's a very particular form of art, like Serpa said. Yeah. It's not for me. I'm not... Graphic design is not my passion. But it is a form of art. It is a art. Art is art and graphic design is commission art. And commission art is still art, guys. It's still art, right? Is there really... Can we really say, like, the value of art? Like, if I draw a furry illustration for someone, is that in any way more valuable than, I don't know. Let me get a label. Oh. Is that more valuable than, like, this box design that someone made for Wizards of the Coast? You can't value art like that, you know? This is still art. Someone had to take this and make a product. And they had to make the logo, you know? Like, it's still art, guys. It's still art. It's not my kind. I wouldn't want to do it. I wouldn't want to be making product design things. That would drive me nuts, you know? Logo design is pretty heartless for a big company, but there's plain designs with the intent to facilitate people's lives. Yeah, I think design can bring it. We're getting into the whole nitty gritty of graphic design. I love your hair. Its dye job is sick. Oh, thank you. It's not dyed. It might just be the camera is whack. Fuzzy. My camera's... I dropped my camera like yesterday and its quality's a little bit weird. Yeah, we're processing. All processing valid. Yes. It's not shameful to make money. Exactly. I agree with you. It is not shameful to make money from something you put time and effort and skill into. Absolutely. Yes. We all need to eat and live. Yeah. I'm just saying, like, if people are like, some people are like, I brought that up because people think sometimes people devalue art school as an institution because they're like, they don't think that it is worth it, you know, because you don't make enough money and therefore it's not worth it. And I think that is a really toxic mentality because that does put too much value on our life experiences monetarily and expectation to earn money. Life is not about earning money, guys. Like, it's about living. Like, I'm not like a philosopher or like a genius or anything, but like, I don't know, like, you know, you look back at like the mummies, like Dog was talking about the mummy with the tattoo and stuff back in like ancient times, and it's like, dude, one day when we're all mummies, like somewhere we're all dust, you know, in the wind, like, dude, is it gonna matter like how much money we made? Like, dude, someday like money isn't gonna exist. Maybe that's like nihilistic, but I don't know. That's just like maybe my own like coping of like, we live in a capitalistic society, but money is important. We should make money doing the things we love. That is ideal and awesome, but it's also not the end all be all. We shouldn't value our art based on how much money it pulls in either. Sorry, my nose is so stuffy. God. I had a point that I forgot I was bringing up. Pet says I made less than zero from art because I don't understand the payment processing things and how to stay anonymous. It scares me, which is the main reason I never take commissions. That's okay. We can do a whole course if you want on like getting into commission work and like how to take payments and like how to do taxes. Like this whole art school thing doesn't have to just be like, today we're gonna learn foundation. Today we're gonna learn how to draw a cube. Today we're gonna learn how to do anatomy. Today we're gonna learn how to draw furries. No, we can have a whole course about like, hey, marketing yourself as a freelance artist. We can have a course for how to start taking commissions as a artist, right? We can do a whole thing on what payment processors are, how to deal with that. We can do a course about vending. You know, it can be a whole number of things. Merchandise. It can be about my stuffy nose. Yeah, that could help a lot of folks. Yeah, pricing. I think would be a really good course to talk about. I think that would be. I gotta blow my nose again. Sorry, guys. Oh my goodness. Sorry. Thanks for your patience, everyone. It's just been... I am so sniffly. Oh my god, when we were playing last night, I was like... God, I get so sniffly. How to grow my following. Yeah. We could do a section on social media. Excuse me. And engagement as an artist.
Gay little lizard. Gay little liz. Gay little liz. Gay little liz. Gay little. Gay little. Gay little. Gay little.
What was I gonna say? I get that concept my boss said because he's pushing me to do certifications and be more valuable to companies, and I'm like, dude, I couldn't give a rat's ass about certs. Yes. I did this because I fund the shit that I enjoy outside of work. Yeah. Leaf says there's a cultural perception that art either needs to be banking to be valid or needs to be off-grid. Yes. Yes. The idea of mixing those two. Yeah, that is a thing. Good night, Thorn. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you. That is a thing. Like, there's this idea that art is either like, you know, the classic kind of like, it's like either Banksy or it's like, you know, building big. That's not a good example because Banksy paintings sell for so much money. It's either like completely anti-capitalist and not for money at all, or it is making big bucks. The thing is, it can be both, right? It goes back to comparison. Wait, I'm scrolling up. Hold on, Storm makes a good point. Yes. Yes, comparison because you see people with a lot of followers that get discouraged. Yes, and that'll cause that imposter syndrome. Yep. Yes, I agree with Armos from Borat. Comparison is a thief of joy. So, how do you, as an artist and as someone growing and as someone getting into art, especially because we live in a day and age where AI is so prevalent, right? AI is everywhere. How do you get past, how do we make imposter syndrome Goose like happy again? Well, here's the thing. Damn, this cold. I really just want to not have a stuffy nose for like once in my life. He looks a lot better now. All right, he's feeling better, look. It's imposter syndrome, Goose. And he looks so much better. Leaf talks about hyperfixations and supportive feedback loops and brain chemistry for a long time. I like it, it's good. Keep doing that, it's helping me. This is good. Put blinders on the Goose or reframe your thinking. Okay, okay. Blinders. Let's word it as focus. Do not lose focus. This is supposed to be lightning bolts. Lightning bolts. Do not lose focus of your goals and what you want to do as an artist, right? Focus. Gotta stay focused, gotta stay, like when I was at TwitchCon, you just do it. You just do it. Sometimes you gotta turn that brain off. You gotta turn that imposter syndrome brain off so you can just get the job done. That is a really good way to like push through if you're feeling imposter syndrome, to put up the blinders and just get it done. Yep. Pretzel Rod says talking with other people really helps with imposter syndrome. Like hearing you talk about my work from the gift exchange really helped with some of my feelings about different pieces I didn't like. Yes. Sharing. Sharing and talking about your art. That's a great way. Yes. And that's exactly why I wanted to bring back Art Skool, because I want to have this community in this space, as I think it's so important for us to share our work with each other, to help get rid of these feelings of imposter syndrome. I think it's a really important part of community building and a part of growth as individuals, you know. You're telling me what refers to ADHD. I know. I know. No, I know. Keep the yapping. Don't stop. You're good, Leaf. Jack says, I haven't gotten over my own imposter syndrome. But I kind of just, maybe I should have put my other chair up. This one doesn't have any backing. But I kind of just look at it as a companion. As a companion, okay. It's with me, like my anxiety and depression, it just is. Doesn't mean I listen to it, okay. Doesn't mean I fight it either. I just say hey to it, give it an on, and keep grinding. Yes. Yes, exactly. And that, I think, comes back down to that focus, right? You keep staying focused. You know, you keep doing what you're doing. You push through even on the days that are hard, right? Even the days your brain is like screaming at you. You push through. And eventually, like, it can't scream forever, you know? It's like when my cat is yelling at me, you know? It's like, I don't know. Let's say it's like, example is like your cat is like freaking out at you and you want to go to bed, so you close the door. So you have your cat outside the room. Well, your cat isn't going to sit there and scream forever. That's a really bad example because cats literally will scream forever. They are so persistent. They are like the most persistent things ever. Will the live stream be up on your VODs channel? Yes, Stormy, it will be up on the VODs channel, which Wolfie is helping me out with. That should be the link to it right there. Yep. And we'll do an edited down version for the main channel, probably, maybe. Unless I want to keep the main channel gaming. Yeah, you underestimate cats. Okay, let's use that example, but with a dog, because dogs actually listen and stop freaking out eventually. Scrolling up, Fuzzy says, as someone who struggles with this, going into the woods every once in a while and just screaming. Okay. That's honestly, it's very therapeutic. I like that. I like that. Okay. Let's say expressing yourself. Expression. In whatever way that looks like for you. Get the feelings out. Get those big feelings out. Get them out so they're not locked up inside your brain and making you feel funky. Yeah. Sometimes you feel like you're drowning, but eventually the tide goes back out to sea. Yes. Take a breath. Yes. 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 Exactly. Take a break. And part of the take a break too is something that I have started to adopt like recently, and that is to give yourself grace, right? Give yourself grace, give yourself patience and space to just chill, exist, be kind to yourself, you know? Hey, what's up, No Lord? Welcome on in. I want to just holler in the woods at night. You should. Yeah, you should. You scare some folks that live by. Yeah, you probably would. I know if I like went and like hollered off and like out in the mountains, like there'd be like people will be posting around here that there's like Bigfoot. I'm gonna put my foot up here. Sit all neurodivergent. Because I dropped something and I don't want to pick it up. Yeah, everyone out here thinks Bigfoot exists. Enjoy Iron Lung. Take care, sir. But thank you so much for joining us. Thank you. Yeah, everyone thinks this Bigfoot's real out here. It's crazy. I watched a really interesting documentary. I'm not trying to get too sidetracked, but I watched a fantastic YouTube documentary about Bigfoot by one of my favorite YouTubers. He's like this paleontologist, not like by like title, but he does a lot of really great paleontological videos. It's called Trey the Explainer, and he did this video on Bigfoot and like Bigfoot because in native culture, and it turns out that like Bigfoot's actually really problematic, and I didn't even realize the extent of like the problematic origins of Bigfoot until I watched the video. Even the word Sasquatch is like basically stolen language. Like it's really interesting. So anyway, completely derailed. Yeah, it was Trey. Yeah, I love Trey the Explainer, one of my favorite YouTubers. Completely different topic, but a very fascinating video. His content's really cool. Does a lot of like paleontological stuff and anthropological. Leaf says to help break pain, inducing cycles and maximize opportunities and drive growth. That is such a weird way to word that. That sounds like some like I'm a boss, like break pain, inducing cycles, maximize opportunities, drive growth, fixate on what fascinates you, what you do, number go up. But yes, dig into that comfortable space in whatever background psychology that it interacts with. You don't need to understand it. Yeah, sometimes things are ineffable. Yeah. Hi, Yulei, welcome on in. Hello. This might be off topic. No, you're totally good. Just thank you for asking. I was wondering how you handle the feeling / knowing that it takes so long years to get really good at art. I'm just beginning my art journey and like Many, I am a perfectionist. This is a good one. This is not off topic at all. And this is exactly why we're having what we're having. Thank you for telling me. So you're a perfectionist and that's your biggest hurdle. Okay. It's hard to get started knowing I will suck for so long. All right. So this is what we were talking about before. This is what we were talking about before. It's a good thing. That's what I dropped. A lotion bottle. My hands are all dry. So here's the thing, and this is perfect because it's not off topic and it goes right back into what Jack was talking about with comparisons, okay? Comparison is the thief of joy. You see my art now, right? And it's very easy for me to, when I'm in a negative headspace, and this is a really good tell if I'm in a negative headspace or a positive headspace. If I'm browsing Blue Sky and I look at some of my favorite artists and I look at their art and I'm browsing, and I look at their art and I'm like, oh my God, I love this piece. It's so inspiring, right? I'm looking at it, I'm like, oh, it's so beautiful. Like, retweet, whatever, you know? But if I'm in a negative headspace, I look at that art and I'm like, wow, it's really good. My negative headspace brain is like, why can't you make something like that? Why does your art suck? Why can't you just make that? In fact, don't even try because it's already made. And you're not even, it's gonna take you too long to get that good. You know what I mean? So what happens is I think the root of that, it's a mental reframing that's needed. This is very interesting because what Leaf said, this is where psychology meets our journey as artists. And I think psychology and art are more intertwined than I think a lot of us think. Because art, like I said earlier, is an expression of ourselves. Art is a telling of that story of ourselves. Say I'm starting out and I want to learn how to draw a tree. Man, I don't know. Guess a tree looks like this. I look at that tree and I'm like, it's okay, it's a pretty good tree. I like it, it's a pretty good tree. But then I go on the internet, okay? Then I go on the internet and I search up tree drawing tutorial. And let's just say I find, I don't know, I'm just gonna grab like a random picture from like Google that I find here. Let's say I find this. I find these trees. And so I'm like, after I drew my tree, I'm like, damn, it took me like, I don't know, like 3 years to learn how to draw a tree like this. Like, it took me a long time. Yeah, I'm proud of it. But then when I look at this tree, fuck. How many more years of learning how to draw trees is it gonna take me to be this good? Why is my tree not this good? It just sucks. And then I'm upset, right? So what do we need in these situations where you find yourself in this negative headspace? Question, chat, asking you. What do we need? What do we need? We need a reframing, okay? We need, yeah, such good first time treat. Time to post on Blue Sky. First was on tag. Loki holding up the branches of the Drossel. Yeah, exactly, Fuzzy, exactly. Perspective shift, Folly, yes. No, Bear, do not throw out your art supplies. Yes. Humans always want to solve everything and save the world. We're individuals in a complex, fast-moving society. We don't always have the space for what we feel, and how we operate art is that space. Yes, that is also important. Distraction. Dig yourself out of the shit. What is important, I like what Folly said, is reframing, okay? And this is where, like, we actually take, like, techniques that are used in therapy and we use them to apply them to ourselves so we can be better artists, which sounds so crazy because art is not just about teaching ourselves to draw good or to make the thing look better, you know? Art is about making our brains cooperate with us the best that we can because art is about telling our most true and real story from ourselves, right? Yeah, this tree is awesome, okay? But this tree is not my tree. I didn't draw that tree. And you know what? This is my tree. My tree might not be as, you know, realistic. It might not look as good off the top of my head, but you know what this tree is? This tree is the culmination of my journey in my life up to this point. Not just as an artist, but my own experiences as a human being. And this is why I'm saying, and hi Purple, well, come on in. This is why I'm saying that even if the only thing that you can draw is this. Here's all time. I can only draw a stick figure. I'm not really an artist. I don't know. If the only thing you can draw is a stick figure, you are still putting those marks down. You are still telling your story through that stick figure. How long did it take me to learn how to draw this tree? Well, why did I start drawing this tree the way I drew this tree? Maybe I saw something. Maybe I started drawing in a habit, like when I was like in 3rd grade. Maybe, you know, the kid that I was when I was in 3rd grade who drew trees like this somehow like stuck with me and was like influential to my growth as a human being, and therefore I stuck with this particular drawing style of making my trees look like little clouds. And you know what? That's kind of freaking endearing and cute. Who cares if your art isn't where you want it to be? It's not as realistic as this. It's not as cool as what you see someone else's art. It's not a contest. We have to remember, comparison really is a thief of joy. Yeah, it's so hard not to compare. It is. It's a really good mindset. I'll work on that. Yeah, interested to reframe it as it's like, it's unique and important because it's mine. Yes. Your art is yours. And you are you, and you are good enough. And you are deserving, like, of good things, and you are deserving enough to create art. Everyone is. You don't have to pass a bar or exam, you know, to be good enough as an artist. We all deserve that space. We all deserve this medium of creativity. Why? Well, because frankly, we were lucky enough to be born as human beings, and that's pretty awesome, okay? It's pretty cool. As much as I would rather return to become like a dog or be like a raccoon or something, because it's like I don't have to worry about anything. Guys, being a human's pretty cool, okay? We have thumbs. We're really complicated apes, all right? We get to make art. We have machines and technology. Like, that's pretty cool. Like, you know what I mean? That's awesome. It's pretty cool. The art bar. We have toilets. Toilets are awesome. It's all about reframing, though. It really is important. I think that reframing is so integral to getting rid of that comparison and moving forward as artists. And also, like Pretzel said earlier, so much of what helps us grow and connect with each other as artists is talking about and sharing our art with each other. That's why I have this community here. That's why I want to do this segment every Sunday, and we have the ongoing art group in our Discord, because I want to have this platform. I want us to have a space. If you don't already have a space to share your art with others, to have people look at it, to have people talk about it, and to do that in a space without likes and upvotes and that kind of stuff that is already like a weird metric, take the metrics, throw them in the trash. If you're a streamer, I tell this all the time to my streamer friends, turn the view count off, okay? It is about making connections, and it's like that for streamers, it's like that for content creators, and it's like that for artists too, you know? We're telling stories together. Of course. Do you mind if I ask another somewhat related question? Absolutely. Feel free to ask. Let me go ahead and scroll up and check, because I missed some cool comments. There's no such thing as failure. Yes, I agree with that with Folly, 100%. People say the only failure is to not try at all, right? But I prefer Folly's outlook that there is no failure. Because some days, you gotta give yourself a break, like Pumpkin said. Some days you gotta give yourself grace, and that's okay too. Don't be hard on yourself. Let yourself take breaks. Be patient with yourself along your journey as an artist. Don't push yourself to the point where you're gonna burn out and freak out like I do. Okay? don't do that, because let me tell you from experience, it's bad, guys. It's bad. Like, I pushed myself so hard doing cons every month since August up until January that I've been sick for like 2 months, guys. Don't do that to yourself, please. I'm finally letting myself take breaks. I'm finally letting myself just like play games and just hang out, and it's healing. Let yourself take breaks when you need them. Don't force yourself, you know? Scrolling up, Zaf wants to burn the internet. Okay. Some water. Don't worry about the speed or what others are going on to compare yourself to. Yeah. It's okay to take up space in your art. Yes. 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 All the other benefits from the desire to do the art for any reason and about anything. Yes. Yep. Don't underestimate the power of going for a walk. Yes! Petrichor says that. Pig one. Get fresh air. There's a reason why we have the phrase touch grass. It's not an insult, guys. Go touch grass. It's healing. Touch grass more. It's really good to touch grass. Okay. Hi, Legendary. Nice to see you. I don't want to miss any messages here. Oh my god. Okay, here we go. Scrolling up, scrolling up, scrolling up, scrolling up, scrolling up, scrolling up. Scroll too far. Scrolling down. I need to go back to my roots of art college classes where I just do gestures. Yeah, and that's part of also what we're going to be doing with the Draw Together is working on gesture drawing, because I do think that's a great foundation that everyone can jump into. Tails available in the next 20 years. Guys, would you get like a surgically implanted tail? I totally would. I would get like a monkey tail so I could grab stuff. I would get a tail. Tails would be awesome. A tail that can grab things. Yeah, it has to be able to grab stuff. If I could have a tail that's like a raccoon tail but can grab things, that would be ideal. Do you think ground squirrels get imposter nut syndrome? Oh my god. Scrolling down. Yeah, the effects of social media on artists. Yes. Yeah. I can't, there's only snow, no grass. Can I have some of your snow? We have no snow here and it is so lame. There's no snow this winter at all and it's just been, it's been so much. 2023 I did, dog size, I did 4 week-long jams in a row. Yo, that's awesome! By the end of it I was feeling really stomach sick because of the stress, never again. Yeah, take breaks. Take breaks, guys. Yeah, it's a lot. You know, on the topic of taking breaks, I'm gonna read you Eli's question next. On the topic of taking breaks is, did you know, this is recent, this found out, I'm gonna ask you to repost your question in a second, probably Eli. Recently they discovered that like, what is it, like Olympic level chess players or whatever, like high level chess players burn as much calories as like dudes who work at out of the gym, like going to the gym and doing like a workout. So there is like scientific evidence that doing mental exercises, extremely difficult mental exercises, does burn calories, and it is actually exhausting. Why I'm telling you this, it's because making art actually is tiring. It actually is very exhausting. When we make art, when we draw something, we are problem solving actively, how to overcome problems, how to create, how to put on paper, how to make the idea in our head is very difficult, right? So I'm telling you this because I don't want y'all to push yourself too hard. I want you to understand that it is really important to take breaks and listen to your body and listen to your brain, you know? Hi Kaiju, nice to see you. Come on in. Come back to Pittsburgh early. We have over a foot of snow for 3 weeks. I'm so jealous that y'all have snow. I like finally moved somewhere that's supposed to have snow. This is like skiing area and there's no snow here. It's like a freak winter. Last year there was like 4 feet of snow. We moved here and it was like the worst snow. And then this year they said it's the least amount of snow they've ever seen. It's so weird. Let me scroll up. It's a lifelong process, yes. And I'm gonna write this down too. This little symbol, self-care. CBT. What is CBT? Cognitive, behavioral therapy. And in the center, learning art. Being an artist. Reshaping how you think about things, reshaping those negative thoughts, taking care of yourself, taking breaks. These are important, integrated things. I'm making a visual to show you how integrated these therapeutic techniques are and how important they are for each and every one of you who are going through the journey of being an artist here in the chat, okay? In general, like even if you're not going through that journey, these are really important things, but they are tied together so tightly with being a creator because of things like imposter syndrome, because of like chronic social media exposure and comparisons and that type of stuff. Let me scroll up. Yeah, heavy mental processing and physically exhausting. Yes. My brain processes everything all the time. Yes, and that is also a thing too. I've always said, yeah, especially for folks who have sensory, like they get overwhelmed by sensory stuff very easily. Not easily is not a good word, but being overwhelmed by sensory stuff, having to be hyper vigilant. Yeah, that's why like some folks are chronically fatigued because like for a lot of folks who are neurodivergent, like our brains are over processing everything so much faster and so much more and in greater depth and detail than a lot of neurotypical like brains. We can't help it. Our brains are just wired that way, and it makes you chronically tired. It sucks. Like that's why I drink a lot of caffeine and Rogue Energy, you know? I'm just doing a therapy stream. We're doing an art stream, but it's important to talk about these things, I think, also. Let me scroll up. Yulai had another thing. Oh, and Kaiju, thank you for reposting your message. If I miss a message and you guys have a question, use the little highlight feature, and if I miss it the first time, because I'm scrolling up a lot to make sure I get messages and talk about stuff that when I'm on this like little tangential bits, but just go ahead and repost it or at me so I see it, okay? Scrolling up. Yulai. Yippee! 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 This one also regarding motivation, but also more how to approach learning. For me, I like to approach everything with a sort of tried and true method of efficiency rather than actually enjoying what I do. I found that popular 2.5-year plan to master art by practicing the fundamentals in a specific order with intense study every day and challenges. But the challenges don't look fun. Worried about burnout, but art for pure joy will look bad and make me feel worse. I think... Can you hold on to your question, Legendary and Bear, hold on to yours really quickly. Let me touch on what Yulai said, because this does go back into what I'm saying. Yulai, it sounds like you are being too hard on yourself, okay? Sounds like you're being a little bit hard on yourself. Now, don't get me wrong, I don't think there is any wrong approach to learning. Except when my nose is super stuffy and I sound like a goober. One sec. Okay. Oh my goodness. This stuffy nose is just, it is killing me. So, oh, my webcam. It sounds, that's a really good yippee. Oh, it's a button on my stream deck. It wasn't me. Yes, I'm perpetually too hard. It does sound like you're a little hard on yourself. I would say there is no wrong way to learn. Now, if really like grinding out the fundamentals and being very strict with yourself, if that's what helps you learn and you see improvement and most importantly, you're happy with that improvement and it's working for you, that's not wrong, okay? But that being said, I don't think there's any one way that is right or wrong to go about learning art. That's why I want to make these courses, or these collaborations and this community flexible, and I want to focus on like different teaching modalities rather than just like forcing you guys to go through like, oh, today we're going to learn about perspective this way. Today we're going to learn about we're going to draw faces like this. We're going to draw these all day. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think that is as helpful as giving you this, like, the kind of the skill, the tools that you need to learn, right? To learn the way that you want to learn, you know? So I do think, like, it sounds like you're being hard on yourself. Is it the wrong way to learn? No, it's not the wrong way to learn if it's working for you and you're enjoying it. But going back to what we're talking about with self-care and how Pumpkin was saying it's important to take breaks, I think it really is, because burnout is a thing. And if you are going through and every day you're like, I am drawing 500 cubes every day, you know, to make the most perfect cube. Every day I'm drawing this cube and every day it must be better and better. And, you know, like, that's almost like torture. you're gonna be at risk of burning yourself out. I'm not gonna say you are gonna burn yourself out, because you might be built different. But it does sound hard, right? So I would make sure that when you're going through and you're learning through like courses and stuff, and you're going through that process, do things that are fun for you too. Hi Crafts, hi Wes, welcome on in. Do things that are fun for yourself too. Take breaks. It's okay if you even take a break and that fun thing is not even art related, because even if you're not actively drawing, you're still learning how to draw. It's crazy, right? But it's true. And that goes into talking about art and how we view art and how we break down what we see and break down those shapes in our brains and turn it into art. So you're always kind of like training your mind to work as an artist. And I think that's the most crucial thing, you know, rather than like forcing yourself to go through like steps and tests and stuff, you know. If you're not enjoying the draw a box challenge, you don't need to do the draw a box challenge, okay? If it helps give you structure and you enjoy it and you're able to stick with it, then keep with it, you know what I mean? But really find what works for you and your strengths as an artist and learning, right? Listen to what works for you. Scrolling up. Drinking water. What you knitting today? Are you working on the gloves still?
It's tail time.
Thank you so much for the follow. I hope you're enjoying. And also, if you're new, if anyone else is new for these Art School events here and you want to join our Discord community, I know everyone's in a million servers, but I am trying to make this a thing more in Discord where we post our art, do critiques, share art for the community art showcase as well in there. We also do like art fight style art trade events. We just had one for the winter. Feel free to join. You don't have to be a subscriber or anything to join. It's just free to everybody. I believe in like free education for people. Obviously I appreciate the support though, because this is also my job, but I want people to be able to learn and have a space to support each other. Hi, Addie, welcome on in. Thank you for the follow. Tigri, hi, Tigri, how are you? Tigri's also an amazing artist. And I want to give you a shout out because you're awesome. I don't have that cool auto shout out thing that your stream does. I should figure that out. I'm gonna scroll up because we had some other questions. Excuse me. Oh God. I'm gonna get a cough drop. Really important thing, actually finishing a project is better than trying to make it perfect. Yes. Yes. Finish it regardless, because once it's done, the next one will be better. But if you never finish them, you'll grind down your own trust in yourself and your abilities. Yeah. Yeah. Yes. I agree with that. Unfinished projects trains your brain to give up. Yes, it's really important. Finish stuff if you can. Doesn't have to be perfect. Doesn't have to be amazing. Just get it done. Just half-ass it. If you gotta move on, you gotta move on. That being said, sometimes it is better to move on, but you don't want to get into that habit where you just don't finish everything, because it is really easy to fall in that, especially if you have ADHD like I do. Have you tried being healthy? It works for me. Just fucking troll. Hi, Addie. Hello. Thank you so much. Oh, thank you. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Lick your brush. All right, Pumpkin says, and I'm gonna scroll back up because Legend has something, and then we're gonna scroll. I think Legend and Bear also said something. Pumpkin says, one of my favorite things to do is I take an old piece of art I did from 5 to 6 years back and redraw it from scratch, and then I put them side by side. The wow factor, yes, of having the two right in front of me as full evidence of improvement over time is such an amazing experience. Yes, redraws are so good. Yes. I feel like we don't see improvement on each individual piece over time, but comparing something with old with something you did yesterday side by side shines a spotlight on how much you've grown. Big time. Big time. Redraws are awesome. In fact, I think we should do a redraw as an exercise, like assignment for one of these art schools, and then like evaluate at the next art school for who wants to submit it. I think that would be really fun. Look at Bethesda. Or yeah, don't look at Bethesda for anything, because they're just, it's Bethesda. So I'm gonna scroll up. I love redraws so much. I love them. Sorry, I missed a lot of stuff. So Legend says, my absolute biggest problem with art is maintaining focus and motivation. I just have a constantly filling meter in the back of my head that says, stop what you're doing. You're missing the opportunity to do something else. Do anything else. Interesting. So can you elaborate on that, Legend? Do you feel like you have a thing where your brain is like telling you that you might be missing out on something else that's not art in that moment, and that you want to try something else, that you want to learn a different skill, or that you're not doing something else like as productive with that time? Because that is definitely a common like neurodivergent thing. I get that thing sometimes, except the opposite. I get it with like if I'm trying to like rest. God, why does my camera look so bad? This camera is terrible. Wait. Maybe if I use this little white thing, it'll... It should be like right here. I gotta get another camera. It's bad, guys. I don't know if I can explain it anymore. Just be like that. My camera looks fine. Doesn't look fine to me. I don't like it. Yeah, maybe I'll just drop it again. Could be lighting too. It might be. The repeated problem of starting something and then taking a break, and my brain keeps telling me there's no point in doing it, and I end up slacking off until it feels like a chore. Ooh. Oh. Oh, you just gave me personal psychic damage because I do that. Psychic damage directly to the heart. Oh. Oh, my heart. The aura light? Maybe. What? What's up? What's up? What? That is just not. What are you doing? What you do? Whoa, bud. Sorry. Dumbo. What's the deal? Do you need to go outside? That's not the way to crawl. That's not a crawl spot. Do you need to go outside? All right. Let's take a quick break. All right, class, we're taking a 5-minute break. We're taking a 5-minute break, class. I gotta let the doggies out. It's a good time to get a drink and a snack. We'll do a few other questions when I get back. And then if you want, let's make a group decision. Do we want to talk about and do maybe a... Yeah, that is kind of funky, that light thing. Of course, thank you so much for joining, Legend. And we'll take a little poll as well if y'all would rather do a kind of like a critique and also kind of talk about the act of critiquing art and how we can get into that. Because we do group critiques here on the channel. We've done them a lot, but we haven't really talked about like why they're so important, right? I really want to emphasize like why critiques are important, because you're actively getting better as an artist when you critique someone else's art. And when you have your art critiqued is really important. Like I had my art critiqued for the showcase, and you guys in the chat improved my art so much by the critique. So we could do that, or we could do a draw together session. I think either would be really cool, but we're gonna take a quick break because I gotta let this boy out. Oh, one of you guys has a stinky butthole and I don't like it. I don't like the stinky butthole. What's happening is right now we're taking a final break. I let my dogs out. And when I get back, we are going to do some more questions and do some more chatting and talk about our journeys as artists a little bit more. And I think it might be helpful to do a little bit of a critique deek and talking about why we do critiques and why they are so important. Yeah, definitely offer some critique. That sounds good. All right. I'm gonna be right back, y'all. Grab a drink, grab a snack. And I don't forget a poll in the chat. Oh, heck yeah, that's awesome. And if you had a question that I missed in the chat, just go ahead and grab it and get ready to repaste it so I can read it when I get back. And thank you so much, everyone, for being here today. This is so fun. Yeah, doing art school. Yeah. What are the options? If we would rather do a group critique or a draw together session. So if y'all are wanting something more like a group critique or an active drawing exercise where we all participate, I'll be back.
It's tail time!
All right, I'm back. Hey. Hey, hey. Hey, hey, hey. Hey, good job with the words. I see you are you're not only great artists, but you're great wordsmiths. Thank you. I'm reviving, yeah. It takes me a little bit. I gotta wipe the dog's feetsies off. It's a little rainy outside. All right. It looks like a critique has won by a landslide. So we will make that the next thing here. Okay. Let me... Cool. Was that there this whole time? Cool. It's cool. Art's cool, guys. Whoa! Dude. My voice cracking like I am literally a 14-year-old boy going through puberty is kind of killing me, I'm not gonna lie. It's like killing me a little bit. I don't know if I'm ever gonna, like, if my voice is ever gonna go back to normal. I'm like scared my voice is not gonna go back to normal. God. Okay. Let me, like, sit on this chair. All right. What really helped me was just hanging out in art streams on Twitch. The more you watch, the more you subconsciously pick up on stuff. Yes. Yes. It'll be fine if you rest it. Yeah, I'm not gonna make this a really long stream. We're gonna go, like, we're gonna do a little bit more chatting and maybe, like, you know, like a 4-hour max segment. So, like I said, I had this plan to run till like 9, which is kind of long, but I went really long last night streaming and I was playing games with Snurpa. So I'm definitely gonna rest it tonight. They ended the Pokemon anime, so I can't voice Ash anymore. What the heck? I'm out of a job. If anyone needs like a fake Ash Ketchum voice actor, like, I got you. I got you! Whoa! That was like really high pitched. That wasn't it. Whoa! I got you! That was like more of an Ash Ketchum. Okay, so before we move on to critique, a lot of words. Gonna go read for a bit. Take care, legend. Have a great night. Motivation is a struggle with ADHD. Yes, it is. That's as far up as I can scroll. The smoke drugs incident? What is the smoke drugs incident? What are you talking about? What is this? What? What is the smoke drugs incident? Okay. So we have talked about imposter syndrome, how to combat imposter syndrome. We have talked about why we make art. We have talked about why you make art. You have talked about how you make art. Clip studio, clip studio, clip studio. You're drunk! Thank you, sorry. I think it was something I said, probably, yeah. I say weird things all the time. We have talked about why we value art, why we like art. We've talked about the story behind our art. And we've also talked about, like, Eli brought up a good point, and Jack also, is like the feeling of like not being good enough, you know, not being behind, starting too late. This guy loses it. What is this clip?
He's doing smoke drugs. What a badass! Look at you. I want to do smoke drugs too.
Jesus Christ, dude. I love that yelling you're drunk at something maniacally makes it undrunk. Yes, it does. So yeah, if this is your first stream here, like, I am definitely a bit of a goofball and a weirdo. So just like if I play games, I do art commission stuff. We do the art educational segments and stuff, and yeah, we're a little silly here. So yeah, starting too late is such a good one. I wish I was one of those kids started at 8 and got good by the time I was 16. Yeah. And that's what we're talking about with paths in life, right? Like, we all have different paths in life, you know? I saw a really great comic about this, and it wasn't necessarily geared towards artists or learning art, but it was about two people going through life and two sets of circumstances, right? And basically had these two young girls who went to the same school, and their paths kind of crossed, right? And the one girl grew up to like stable parents and in a wealthy household, and she kind of had a lot of privileges afforded to her. Like, she was able to have like medical school paid for and all this stuff, and you know, she kind of takes up this kind of career track where, you know, she goes to be a doctor, and you know, and on the flip side and all this stuff, it shows the other side, the other girls whose path cross has a less privileged life, is more disadvantaged. Like, she did not have a stable home growing up. You know, the other girl like had parents who like had conflicts in the house, and it affected her and caused like, you know, like CPTSD, you know, growing up. And so she had a lot more things she had to deal with, and she went through life, you know, struggling a lot more because she didn't have the financial privilege of having parents pay for her college fund and stuff. And so she was like, the comic shows, I'm telling you guys about a webcomic I saw, and the comic shows the other girl, and she's like going through, and she's working a lot of jobs to save up money to pay rent, and she's also trying to save up to go to college, right? And then we're talking about a comic, right? Two different paths in life. We're talking about paths in life, right? And the feeling that you wish you were somewhere else in life. Anyway, the comic shows these two paths from school, where they kind of cross paths, all the way back up to adulthood. Music is really loud. Out of nowhere. Can we not have music that's like really loud out of nowhere? Relaxing and chill music. There we go. Webtoon Princess and the Frog at medical school. Anyway, so the paths of the two characters cross from the very beginning, where they're like in like preschool, and then it goes and it shows them like at this like fancy like gala, like a party, and the one girl who had like kind of like all this privilege, and she's like accepting some kind of award at a party, and she takes a drink off of a tray, and the frame pans to the other girl who is serving the drinks, and the comic explains this a lot more, but really what I'm talking about is how our paths in life are all different, right? Now, like I said, the comic isn't about through the lens of an artist, but everyone in life goes through life with different advantages and different disadvantages, right? And we don't get to choose most of these things, unfortunately. That's just like, it's the circumstances that we're born into. It's the economic situation that we're born into. It is unexpected things that happen in our lives that are out of our control. It is the health that we inherit, you know, like we aren't in control of these things. Like a lot of people, you know, if you deal with like, I don't know, like you have asthma, like I have asthma. I didn't like make myself get asthma through poor choices. I just simply was born with asthma and fucked up eyes, right? You know what I mean? So like we have all these circumstances that are out of our control. What does this have to do with art, right? Well, I'm getting to that. I can't be mad at myself because I have fucked up eyes. What would I love to do? I would love to go scuba diving. Well, I can't go scuba diving because I have eye pressure issues because of my inherited high eye pressure. It would be a high risk for me to go scuba diving, so I can't do that because of my health. I didn't do that to myself. It just is the way it is. Now, am I gonna be mad at myself? Am I gonna sit there and go to myself, man, why did you have fucked up eyes, right? Like, why did you do that? Why? No, I'm not gonna be mad at myself because I can't control that. You know, I can't control the body I was born into. I can't control the circumstances and the access that I have right now to healthcare. And a lot of people have these types of things, right? All these circumstances that make us who we are and where we are right now. A lot of things out of our control. How does this lead up to being an artist and not being mad at yourself for not being where you wanted to be like 10 years ago? Well, those circumstances you were in 10 years ago just didn't align right with where you wanted to be. They didn't align in such a way that granted you this ability to pursue arts to the degree that you are now. And you can't be upset at your past self for that. Maybe your past self 10 years ago was struggling with, you know, like depression or mental health stuff, and you just didn't have the energy to work as hard as you are today as an artist to learn. Don't be mad at your past self. Your past self was dealing with stuff, you know? Maybe, you know, your past self was dealing with financial stressors and you had to work a really taxing job and you just didn't have the time to devote to learning art like 10, 15 years ago to make you, you know, be better now, I guess, you know what I mean? Can't be mad at yourself for that. Like, you had to pay the bills and work's exhausting and we have to take breaks, you know? Just in the same way that I can't be like upset that like I have to wear these big thick glasses and my eye pressure is all screwed up. Like, it's not my fault that my eyes are that way. It's not your fault that 10, 15 years ago or whenever, when you wanted to be like working harder, learning art, you just weren't in that right place at that time. And that's okay. This is all comes together in this big thing. Like, you have to give yourself grace and be patient, kind to yourself, right? Because we're all growing and we're all human beings like going through this journey of life together, and it's hard. It's hard to tackle everything that life throws at us and still continue to work diligently to improve as visual artists, whether it's visual artists or musicians or content creators in any type of way. Because the pursuit of the arts is something that is, it's extra. It's extra on top of everything we're already dealing with, you know, that is necessary to like keep a roof over our heads or to function every day, you know? So please don't feel frustrated that like you feel like you're starting too late as an artist, or that you're, you know, not where you wish you were, that you feel like you should be as an artist because you didn't try hard enough back then. Because I feel like everybody can feel that way for one way or the other, and we can't be mad at our past selves. We can't change who we were back then. We can only do what we're doing now, you know, which is me having a stuffy nose. Anyway, let me see what Jack said. I simultaneously feel like I'm grateful for the path my life has taken. I look at all the 18-year-olds in class and I can see that I have a perspective that can't be taught in class. Yes, it's really important. And I can bring that to my art and schooling. But I also look at those same 18-year-olds who took art class in high school and had supportive parents, and I see their technical skill and feel like it's unattainable no matter how hard I try. But I know you're right, I just gotta keep going. But that's the thing, yeah. Like, I think first off, like, going back to school at a later age is very valuable. A lot of kids, they're 18 years old, they go straight out of high school into college. And I'll be so honest with you, I was one of those kids, and it wasn't out of a place of like, you know, necessarily privilege. It was because like I didn't have a house. So I was like, need to not be homeless, so I guess I'll apply to colleges, right, and take out loans to go to a school. What do? I don't know what to do. I'm good at drawing. I like to draw, so I'll go to art school, ITK. Like, that's my journey. But the thing is, like when I went to college at like right after high school, like I think it was like a year after. I think I took like a short period off. No, I didn't. I can't remember. God, it's so hard to remember. I didn't know what I was getting into. All right. I didn't understand, like, I didn't have the emotional or mental maturity to like actually go through and take everything that I could out of those classes. To be totally honest with you, did it help me grow? Yes. Would I change anything? No. I'm so glad that I went through that, even though it's hard and I have a buttload of loans to pay back. But you know what? It made me who I am today, right? That being said, going to school later on in life, you bring something that you just couldn't bring back then, right? Like, I mean, I was thinking about going back to school for stuff recently. I'm not sure what I want to go back to school for yet, but I have been thinking about it. Yeah. On my first college year, I tried system development analysis. I had a classmate that was on his 50s. Yeah. And hi, Ash is here. Welcome on in. Nice to see you. Hello. Another amazing artist, an incredibly talented artist, and also a wonderful teacher. She helped teach me Live 2D. Hi, how are you? Welcome on in. How you doing? It's good to see you. Do you want to share a sketch on the artist then? Yes. Yeah, please do. And we're gonna get to our group critique in a minute. We're just kind of talking and chatting about feeling like, and Ashley probably has something good to say about this too. A lot of folks feeling like they started too late to learn art or to go to school. And this is something that goes beyond just learning to do art, I think. Looking at law school, Wolfie, you would be amazing at law school. Oh, that makes me so happy. Dude, I could definitely see you doing that. Yes, that is so cool. Oh my God, I'm so excited for you. Wow, that's amazing. Another example is like going back to school later in life. So like my partner, a little bit about their journey, and I'm not gonna like overshare, but they, you know, went to school right out of the gate, out of high school for like a year and dropped out, right? Just, it wasn't, they weren't ready for it, weren't engaged, you know what I mean? And then later on in life, you know, like went back to school, just kind of on a whim, just like, I don't know what to do, kind of direction. I was gonna go back to school, gonna study, I don't know, like social work. I love like social issues and that kind of stuff. And now like they've gone through this journey, they went through the whole thing and they went through grad school and they're a freaking therapist now. It's awesome. And you know what? You're not too old to do that. In fact, what they found, and this is really inspiring that they've told me, is like a lot of people that when they were even in grad school, like people were like older than them. You know what I mean? There's no too late to go to school. There's no too late to change a career. There's no too late to study something new. Like, does it have barriers? Yes. It's costs a lot of money for the US especially. So it's not easy. It's not a small decision to make, but time shouldn't be one of those decisions. You should never think to yourself it's too late, right? That shouldn't be a factor. It should be, do I want to learn this? You know, can I make this happen? You know, logically, logistically, can I do this? Will I do this? Yes, then do it, you know? Art is generally so scary to me. I feel like I need to lean so much more into STEM than art. Sometimes it feels as though I lack both the technical skills and creative ability. You don't lack the skills. No, you don't lack the skills. You haven't tapped into those skills yet. You haven't learned how to translate those skills that you have onto the paper, onto art. You don't lack the skills, right? This is, once again, reframing. Don't tell yourself I lack the skills, right? If I'm trying to draw something and like I'm redrawing and redrawing and redrawing. Hold on, I'll show you an example. Can I show you guys an example? Let me show you an example of something I did. And if you were in the stream and watched me make this, then you know it took me a long time. And I actually had so many revisions of this art piece and I almost scrapped it because I got really frustrated. And I want to share that because I think it's a good example of that. I'm trying to find my new Y2K9 design. Where is it? Excuse me. Okay. So this design is a fairly recent design that I was working on for like merch and stuff. And guys, a lot of y'all saw me draw this, and this was hard to make, okay? And this took me so long, and I remember drawing all this, putting it together, freaking like just so many revisions, and I got to a point, I actually broke down when I made this, and Night Knit Whisker knows this because I was talking to them about this like off stream, and I broke down and I was like, I'm gonna give up. I was like, fuck it, it's bad. I was all negative brain. My negative brain was taking over, and I was like, fuck it, it's bad. It sucks, dude. This is not gonna make a good shirt. This is gonna suck, dude. I'm done with it, dude. I'm not. You know what? I might as well just throw it out. Because I think it's garbage. And I had the hardest time with it because I was being so critical, and it just wasn't turning out the way I wanted to, and I was so frustrated. Let me show you how this turned out on a t-shirt, because I thought for sure when I made this design, I was like, this is not gonna make a good t-shirt. The little holes are too small. It's gonna be messed up. Like, it took me so long, but then I sat on it, and I finally decided, you know what? It's done. I made it. I'm gonna make it into a shirt, and I'm gonna print it, and I'm gonna see how it turns out. One second. I'm gonna bring it to you. I'm actually gonna go grab it from the other room because I want you to see the art process from the beginning to the end and see, like, I want you to understand how much struggle I went through with this. So you know you're not alone if you're struggling. One second. I'm gonna go pick this up. It's in the other room. It's in the living room. Okay, I grabbed it. All right. I had this design. I hated it. I hated it. It was so bad. I was gonna give up. I was so pissed. Where's my music? Like really quiet. Oh, there it is. PlayStation music. Let's do jazz and swing. There we go. Anyway, hated the design, took me forever, almost threw it out, literally almost threw it out. Finally decided, you know what, fuck it. I spent like days on it, I'm gonna print it. Clef Chef, well, come on in. Look at how dope this turned out. It worked so well. And I couldn't see it. So I'm gonna be so honest with you, as artists, sometimes, I'm not like bragging about my art, but sometimes I'm saying as artists, sometimes we do not see it. But I will be so honest with you, other people see it, okay? You think you don't see it, you think your art sucks, you think you're not getting anywhere, you are wrong, do not trust your eyes sometimes.
For 4 months.
Other people see it, okay? Super Chip, thank you so much for the sub, thank you. Thank you. I deserve to brag. No, I'm not really bragging, but I mean, low-key, like I am kind of happy because so I printed this with the fabric. This is all the shirt underneath. And I thought these designs were gonna be too thin for the transfer to work, but it actually worked really well. It's also UV light. It ended up working out really well. And like this shirt, yeah, I think it was received pretty well. I mean, I brought it to Fan Expo, which wasn't really like a furry thing. I didn't sell too many shirts there, but you know what? I'm proud of it. I think it'll do pretty good at, maybe next weekend at the Slightly Furry event. We'll see. Other people see your improvement, okay? That's my point. So don't, you think you're like, you think you suck and you're like frustrated and you're gonna give up on something. Like Folly said earlier, sometimes you just have to finish it. Sometimes you just gotta get it done, you know?
43 months.
Floofies, thank you so much! Hi, how are you? Nice to see you! I'm gonna put it carefully like over here so it doesn't get pasta on it. Yeah. And that is why sharing our art and critique is so important. Because sometimes our eyes don't see it, but other people see it. And thus, do you guys want to move to our group critique sections? You want to do a little crit? You have another furry event in the US? Nah, I don't go to any furry cons outside the US right now. Maybe in the future. Maybe in the future. I gotta give my boy Floofies a shout out, man. I just freaking love this bean right here. Floofies is a very, very wonderful, cool person. And if y'all have any interest at all in, God, what is it called? Casting? Floofies does announcements for like professional COD tournaments. Is it COD? I don't know. It's some kind of shooter game. If you're interested in first-person shooters to any degree, and you're interested in very cool people, and you're interested in very cool furries and very cool vegans, you should go follow Floofies because he's awesome. He's a very cool person. Counter-Strike. I'm sorry, dude. I don't know anything about those games. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't know anything about. I like I watch your stream, and I'm like I don't know what's going on. I don't know. You want to do more variety? Oh, I'd be so psyched to see you. What do you want to play? I would love to watch you do more variety. You're great. You have a wonderful personality for entertainment. I feel like I'm bashing my head against the wall with CS. Yeah, I feel that way. Sometimes as a streamer, variety is important. It might be hard numbers wise, but you know what? You gotta do what you love, because if you are feeling like not engaged with your content, the audience will pick up on it, and it shows. Like, yeah, don't bash your head against the game you don't want to play. That's why I switch my Saturdays to like Survival Saturday, so I can switch to survival type games every Saturday. Because sometimes like I found myself doing Spooky Saturday, and I was like, man, I don't really feel like playing horror games tonight. You know what I mean? Like, sometimes I'm in the mood for it, sometimes I'm not. And so I was like, I'm gonna take a break from it for a bit. I'll come back to it later, and we're gonna switch genre a bit. Play Marvel Rivals. No! God! You'd have to pay me a lot to maybe play that game. Maybe I'll make that a sub goal for like my birthday subathon. Sky plays Marvel Rivals or something, I don't know, some kind of popular shooter. Anyway, let's get back on track. Let's get back on track. So, TwitchCon is really fun. Super Chip, yeah. Let's do a group critique. Let's do a group critique. We were talking about how we do not always see with our own eyes, like mistakes and things. Hey, it's great to see you, Addie. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you, thank you. And sometimes you need a second set of eyes, and sometimes it just helps to show other people your work, you know? Where do we share art for that? In the Discord. Can you go ahead and drop art? I see Tenacious dropped a sketch in the artist den in the Discord. So I think in the artist den in Discord is where we could drop that stuff. I see some people also dropped it in the art show. Let's do an artist den for now because the art showcase is different. Art Skool. Wow, last time I had the Art Skool was 3 years ago? Good Lord. Oh my God. In the artist den in Discord. My dog's chewing a bone. I'm trying to make sure she's not eating a piece of it. Okay. Before we get into critiquing each other's art, can I ask you to humor me with something, everyone, okay? Looked at the dates. Oh, holy crap. It's I can't believe so much time has passed. All right. I want y'all to try something out for me, okay? Can I have someone in chat pull up, give me like a famous piece of art? Someone pull up like a famous work of art that obviously has no nudity because I can't show it on Twitch. Mona Lisa? All right. How do you ensure that I'm not getting like an AI version of Mona Lisa? You know what's weird? How come when I search up the Mona Lisa, there's different copies of it that look different? There are multiple Mona Lisas, aren't there? I can't do the statue of David on Twitch. Someone got banned for that. Starry Night, Lady of the Swing. Girl with the pearl earring. Oh, I like that one. Yeah, the mine say it doesn't work anymore, Feather. Before 2019. Do you put that before it? Ooh, Nighthawks! Alright, dude, I like Nighthawks. Yeah. Nighthawks by, what is his name? Hopper or something? Edward Hopper. All right. So, search before date. Okay. After the search term. That's good to know. Thank you. Gosh dang, this nose stuffiness. Oh, Lord! Okay. I would like to talk about, I want y'all to give me a quick warm-up critique. I want you guys to talk about Nighthawks by Edward Hopper. Which Discord channel? Artist Den. Artist Den in the Discord. Yeah, go ahead and throw your work in there. And we're not going to spend too much time on Edward Hopper's Nighthawks, but I want to give y'all a baseline for how we talk about art. Okay? So, let me do this. Here's the painting. My Clip Studio is just really not really framed properly over here. Okay. All right. An art school role for pings. Yeah, I usually ping the artist art apprentice role. We could probably do something like that. The problem is like when we have new roles in the Discord server, they get forgotten about easily. Okay. Let's talk about art critique. All right. Why? Guys, why do we critique art? Why do we look at art and do we try and pick and nitpick things that we like or we don't like or we think work and we don't? Because we're mean? No. Not because we're mean. Not because we're mean. Good night, Petrichor. You are excused from class. It's 4 a.m. for you. Good night. The rest of this will be on the VODs channel, not on my regular YouTube, but on the VODs channel, !VODs to pull it up. Yes, to get better, improvement. To improve, yes. Star, we want to get better, okay? So the artist can see where they can improve and know what they're doing well. To know what works and why. Yep. Because other people are better than us. No! No! That's not why at all. That's not why at all. I mean, to be frank with you, you don't need to be an artist to critique art. Maybe that's a weird opinion, but fam, do we need to be game developers to critique a game? Because I know I critique pretty much every game that I play relentlessly, and I don't think we do. I don't think we have to. Do we have to be like movie directors to critique a film that we watch? No. I think the act of critiquing something is an intentional, educated, it is an informed way that we look at media and that we consume and absorb media. So we're not just absorbing the media. We're not just like watching the movie going like, ah, that was nice. I like that movie. No, we're watching the movie and we're going, man, that movie really made me think about like how capitalism worked in like the 70s and how like after that, like, you know, and like the, you know, and post-capitalistic nihilism and like how that affects like growing up as a young boy and escaping to an island and how that's symbolic for puberty or something. Like, I don't know, you could go into like a whole thing. Yes, it is a part of growth, and it's how we express our growth and our knowledge and how we also better absorb and understand the world around us. So critique is integral. I'm gonna put here critique helps the critiquer grow. All right, whether it's as an artist or a gamer or as a streamer or as a movie enjoyer, you know, to create a deeper understanding of what we like and what we don't, and to hone how we apply those feelings to our works. Yes. Just because you don't paint good doesn't mean you can't tell when a painting could be improved in certain aspects. Yes. Yep, you can understand the mechanics without using them yourself. Yep. The critique is to help one improve oneself and the artist. Yes, 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 yes. Like when I see this, my brain registers depression, seeing the lone man at the bar cope with urging themselves to improve and see the weakness of oneself. Yeah. And you know what else I would also gather on that is the blue. The blue in Nighthawks also has those feelings of loneliness. It, in the large negative spaces, emphasizes those feelings of loneliness. It's almost like looking into almost a thalassophobia picture of the ocean, right? That vastness, that emptiness, really emphasizes those feelings. And I think also, contrasting with the right side of the painting, where you have more people kind of focused, you have brighter and lighter colors. It's almost like he's isolated, he's on an island, right? He's almost leagues away from the shore, the surface, where the water breaks, where the sun comes through. And to his left of him, it's like nothingness. You know? That's a great interpretation of that. I like that. The architect doesn't need to know how to lay bricks to design a house. The builder doesn't need to know how to design to build it. Exactly. And the person buying a house doesn't need to know how to build a house or how to get a real estate license to know if your house sucks and the deal sucks and you should back out. That's just like, not saying I'm gonna back out, but that's just my personal experience going through trying to buy a house recently, is that sometimes, you know, you don't need to be a house inspector to look at a crack in the foundation and go, man, the crack looks like it's gonna cost a lot of money to fix. Yes, it is. Okay? So, we're talking about why we critique, and I think it's important to know we critique not just to help the artist improve, but also to help ourselves improve as artists, okay? That's really important, because when we critique art, we improve how we build that foundation of how we look and how we view art, how we see the world around us as artists. It also works on our critical thinking skills in general. So it's good for everybody. You don't have to necessarily be an artist actively working on like improving as an artist to join in the critique, right? Now, what is a critique sandwich? Has anyone heard of this term, critique sandwich? Mine is more like a critique burger right now, but that's okay. What's a critique sandwich? Good improvement suggestion. Good. Yes. 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 There we go. Give a compliment, followed by a thing to be improved, followed by a compliment. Yes. And we're gonna, the wording, right? The wording, okay? So, what works and why? So I wanna word it that way because when we critique something, we're gonna work a little bit harder to go beyond just being like, oh, you did a good job with the eyes, those are cute. Like, that's nice, thank you, I like compliments, don't get me wrong, but like, that doesn't help me grow as an artist. Why are the eyes cute? Why do you like them? I'm also, as the artist, whenever you say those things, challenging you, the critiquer, to think about why you like the eyes, why they're cute. So instead of saying, just give it a compliment, we're gonna say what works and why does it work, right? We're gonna think a little bit more critically about what we're looking at. In the middle, the you know, tofu burger, black bean burger and lettuce and all the good stuff in the middle between those two buns of the sandwich is going to be what needs work / what doesn't work. What doesn't work? Wow, sorry, this brush might be too big for writing. What doesn't work and why? And when we do that center of the critique sandwich, I also want to add to that how to improve this. Okay? This is very important. So, it's a vegan compliment burger, yes. So this is really important when we're doing a critique sandwich or a critique burger. I kind of like critique burger more actually than critique sandwich. I just think critique burger is fun. Anyway, so we're doing a little critique burger. We don't want to just say, oh, the eyes are cute, you did a good job with the eyes, but I think the way the left hand looks, it looks bad. Doesn't look good. Bruh, what? What do you mean doesn't look good? Okay, why doesn't the hand look good? What about the hand doesn't work? How would you improve that hand? What could make it better, right? So we want to give constructive criticism and not just be like, that doesn't work, looks bad, okay? And then of course, then you do the last bun is another thing that works and why it works. And this way, it's not just compliment, this sucks compliment. It is constructive criticism that helps you improve, followed by more constructive criticism that will help you improve, followed by another bit of criticism that is constructive and grounded in strong observational skills, and it will help you improve, okay? There we go. Packing for a moment. I'm sorry, packing sucks so bad. Art critique. Can someone in chat give me a really quick rapid fire critique burger on Edward Hopper's Nighthawks? I'm asking you to do this for me for a reason. One, because I think a lot of people will look at, a lot of times will look at like very skilled artists or really masterclass paintings and works and will think there is nothing that can be improved. It's perfect. Yippee! 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 Well, everything has something that might not work, and I want us all to have the skills and the confidence to be able to talk about any work of art through this lens and kind of look at it constructively and have imposter syndrome with critiquing. We're gonna take that. All right, play through it with me like this, Wolfie, okay? Instead of thinking it as you are the one critiquing Nighthawks right now, why don't you role play as someone else critiquing Nighthawks, okay? Let's say, for the sake of you in the chat at this very moment, you are not Wolfie. You are, you're an art dealer. You are an art dealer who makes a big bucks, and you know what works and what doesn't. That's your character you're playing right now. So go ahead and play that character. Give me a critique burger for Nighthawks. We're talking about imposter syndrome. That's like we talked about that so much, and it's still coming up, and that's okay. That is okay, because it's so critically tied to those of us who are creative people. But come on, someone give me a small mini critique on Nighthawks so we can move and critique like our actual art in the chat. I want to do a little, I'm challenging you guys, a little critique. Here we go. You like, all right, thank you. I like that the viewpoint is really far from the assumed subject. It really helps convey the idea of loneliness. Yes. I think you could have experimented with the lighting to emphasize that feeling. There you go. The shadows help a lot with the depth perception though. Yes, very good. Yippee! Very good. Okay. That's good critique sandwich right there. All right, okay. I like that. You know what I would say? I think the color profiles that are picked work impeccably, and they really, really convey those feelings of isolation and loneliness. This small section feels like maybe there was less time or intention spent on that area, and the text being legible kind of draws my eye to it. That's I feel crazy critiquing Edward Hopper's Nighthawks, but you know what? That's okay. And then my last little bit of the burger would be, I am loving how the red on the building matches with the red in the bar, and I think compositionally, the way that this is framed truly is a masterclass piece. Fuzzy says, from what I see, the perspective and symbolism is showing a really good contrast between the characters. However, in the glass ceiling, the colors feel like they should be colder near the man. It could be colder near the man and outside. Okay, the detail used on the subject and the painting is incredibly well done. You got a ways to go. I love that. Let's go. Isn't it great? This is great. First critique moment. So I think it is almost nerve-wracking critiquing a piece of art that's so famous, but it does really help you break down that barrier. I think even like for me, when I just critiqued this, I was like, whew, got it out of the way. You know what I mean? There you go. But the point of this exercise to get you all to critique this piece in particular, to critique a famous work of art, is to help you realize that you are able to critique anything, okay? I want us all to understand that critiquing, there is not credentials to being a critic of art or constructive critic of art or movies or games or anything, right? Just like there is not credentials to being an artist, okay? All right? The only thing is you take that step and you go. When you take that step as an artist and you start that process and you start drawing and you start learning, congrats. You've done it. when you take the step and you have thought critically about a piece of art and you have taken those thoughts and you've organized them into coherent sentences that make sense, congrats, you've critiqued art. You know, I just want everyone to see that you can do it. You know what I mean? Everyone can critique art. You don't need to have imposter syndrome about critiquing art and joining in the group critiques.
Monkey!
So let's go and move on to doing some critique for art for folks in the chat. And Foley does say, I really like how the scene captures a moment. The characters are all constructed and positioned in ways that communicate their emotional states and personalities. Yes. However, I do think that perspective is a little flat for the countertop. It doesn't feel like there's a lot of perspective between the man sitting on the left and the two individuals seated further down the countertop. A lot of perspective. Yeah. You know, I've never noticed that, but it is almost an oddly surrealist, slightly skewed perspective. I do see that now. It's really interesting. It's also helping me to read your critique about this piece for me to experience the piece in a new way. Okay, so that's why critique is really fun, because you really get to dive into an art piece in a way that you wouldn't otherwise have looked at it and experience it from a new perspective. That said, the warmer colors set for the interior of the designer does a really good job at popping and drawing. Yeah, the yellow contrasted their colors, yeah. All right, let's get into critiquing some of y'all's work. My hands are falling apart. Hands are so dry. The air here is so dry. So dry. All right. So I'm going to scroll up here. Fuzzy, you're the first person who posted. Oh my god, Pumpkin, the Ulverse news, so good. Oh, that's amazing. You can really see the growth and movement in that. Okay, I definitely want to talk about Pumpkin's Ulverse new. Let's start with Fuzzies, and then we're gonna kind of rock and roll through here, okay? All right, Fuzzy Flanders, you're up. Let's look at cooler furry art. So I'll make it full screen here. Okay. Hi Yoshi! Welcome on in. I just got recommended to you by Twitch, so I don't know what I can expect, I must say. Camo model is a combo I never saw. Oh, well, hello, welcome. Hi. Hi Yoshi. We're doing Art Skool with the K. So what this is like a collaborative learning space for artists and everyone. You don't have to be an artist to be here and to join it. We're talking about why we make art as artists, and I had the cam on today because I feel like when I'm in kind of like, I guess, teaching mode or talking about stuff, I like to be more expressive. So I have both the model and the cam on today. Welcome on in. And Fox is here. Oh my god, hi Fred. Welcome. You came in at such a good time. We just started group critique. Hi, how are you? And we're working on, we have Edward Hopper up. We're talking about art critique today, and we are doing Art Skool. Welcome to Art Skool. Hi everybody, welcome on in. Hi Comet, nice to meet you. Welcome. Hi friends, how are you? Oh, it's such a joy to have you. Thank you so much for the raid. Thank you so much. Everyone, if you're not already following a Fox in Space Show, he is one of the most talented animators you will know on this whole platform. He's amazing. And if you're interested in Blender, especially learning Blender at all, or Grease Pencil, highly recommend his channel and his community. He has amazing resources for learning, and he's a really awesome, very talented and skilled artist. Hi, welcome on in. Hello everybody.
Yes.
It's a fact.
A similar event did take place.
Yes.
You're right.
You're right.
You were right.
Hi everybody, welcome on in. My name is Sky, and that's little raccoon down there. But you can call me Attacker Rack if you'd like. I am a full-time freelance artist and streamer. Welcome on into Art Skool. Hello. Gay little lizard. Hi Card, nice to see you. How you doing? So we're very silly here, we're very goofy, and we also do community building and art educational streams, and I am bringing back Art Skool as a segment every Sunday where we get together as a group and we talk about different topics. We do different Q&As. I will demo live techniques for illustration for you on stream. Today we were talking about and kind of starting our journey here. We were kind of talking about why we make art and what is our intent as artists and like why we even start this process. What is the intent behind it? And we were talking about how art is a story, human-made art, and whether it is a stick figure from like the very first thing you ever draw to, you know, Edward Hopper's Nighthawks. All art tells a story, and that is what makes it what it is. That's what makes it so valuable and so important. So yeah, welcome on to Art School, and hi, Dutch, welcome on in. I want to sit and watch my go fish. No, you're totally fine. Don't feel anxious. You got this, Folly. You are in control. I have so much faith in you. You got this. Check in with me tonight, okay? Let me know how you're doing. Message me on Discord. I love you. You got this. Yes. So, and part of the art school segments where we will also have like kind of art assignments and things, and we'll do little draw together segments. We'll talk about things like gesture drawing, of course, drawing foundations, but also broader topics. I'd also like to touch on things like how to do commissions as an artist, you know, how to do emotes, how to design a successful VTuber, right? VTuber character design, this kind of stuff that is really like ranges from specific and niche to stuff that's for everyone. But that's kind of how I'm approaching this. I want to make sure that everyone knows this isn't just like I'm going to go through and teach you guys, oh, perspective, color theory, etc., all these things, because I can do that and you can get that anywhere. This is more of a learning space where we adapt to each other's strengths as learners and yeah, kind of adapting a more well-rounded and adaptable pedagogy for teaching. Did I say adapted twice? I think I did. Hi, Kende. Welcome on in. Is it Kende? Let's snooze those stinky ads for you guys. All right, so scrolling up, Fred, you came in. Fred, if you gotta go, you stream for a while. If you gotta go self-care and all stuff, I totally understand, dude. It is so great to see you, and it is seriously such an honor to have you raid and be so awesome and kind. Thank you so much. You're amazing, and you're such an inspiration. Thank you. I'm sure he had to go eat and stuff. And also, sorry, my voice is like really effed up. I'm not Ash Ketchum. I'm not a prepubescent boy, and I'm not on testosterone. I am just sick. I've been chronically sick for like 2 months. I don't know what's going on. But my voice, I feel like we're getting better. It's just my voice is bad. So I'm not gonna stream too late tonight, but let's get back to our critique. We were talking about our little critique burgers that we do. Mr. Shout, no, you're totally fine. Was catching the end of the game. And we are bringing up Fuzzy Flanders' work for our first critique. I will. I'm not going to stream too late. I promise, Mother. I promise, Mother. I promise I won't. It's not going to... Last night I streamed way too late. Tonight I'm not going to stream that late. So Fuzzy Flanders did this piece. Open for critique, I would hope so, because all the work that we have submitted in our Discord for the artist and for this little group critique is going to be critiqued. Can I get someone in chat? Give me a critique burger on this, please. Remember our critique burgers. The bun. What works and why? A little bit more deep than a compliment. The little substance of the burger. What needs work and what doesn't work and how to improve it. And then the bun at the bottom, what also works and why. Critique burger. I want you to take some time and look at it. Like, don't just like, you know, like really look at the art. Look at the art. Take a minute. Don't worry about the voice. Ash Ketchum was cool. Thanks, Dutch. I could do a really good Ash Ketchum impression, actually, but it's just... I don't want to do it right now because I'll probably mess up my voice more than it is, and it's already rough, to be honest with you. Sometimes I'll get really excited on stream and I'll be like, hi, how's it going? And like my voice goes, ah, and it like cracks. I think I might have had COVID or something. I don't know. Do you need something? What? My boy. Hold on. My boy needs to go out of the room. 1 second. Critique burger, please. Need critique burger, chat. That's my dog, Gumbo. That's my boy. He's my son. He doesn't know he's adopted. Come on. Come on, Poopers. Come on, Poopers. Hey, John, Mommy? What? What do you want? Come let's go. Here's your mom. What do you want? No, go lay down, dude. God. He's in here. Okay, I'm back. Sorry, I'm just like looking at my dog and asking him like why he's like, why is he like bothering me? I think he's upset because it was raining today. We didn't go out for a WALK. So I think he's a little bit mad. Before I put my cam back on, I need to blow my stinky stuffed up nose again. Hold on. Okay. All right. So we have our critique burger. Critique burger. All right, 1 second. I think it fell off my desk earlier. Excuse me. Okay. Lotion on my hand because my hands are crispy, crunchy, falling aparty. Okay. Art Skool up. I take the monochrome green feel here. Time out. Is this green? This looks like yellow to me. That's yellow? Lime yellow? Okay, I was worried that like I was seeing it. Yeah, like lime. Doesn't look like lime to me. It looks like a lemon. It looks more like a lemon than a lime. A desaturated yellow. Hold on, let me turn off my... I have a lock screen thing too. This looks kind of yellow to me. To be honest, it's gold. Yeah, some of the parts look gold. It might be if the filter's on the monitor. Yeah, just be your monitor. Yes, reads everyone's critique so I can learn how to critique. Perfect. You're in the right place. And as I said earlier, everyone can critique. Everybody can critique. Pumpkin says, I love the uses of bright colors on the black. Yes, I also agree with that. I do like that. It makes it feel very much like pop color, which draws your attention in. I almost feel like you could really push the dynamics by making the yellows more saturated and play with the different hues and the warm spectrum. Yeah. I do agree with that. I think for me, I think the color is a very successful part of this piece. And compositionally, I really like the composition with the wings and the eyes and stuff too, but I especially love the kind of monochromatic yellow hues that they're picking here for this. Yeah. It's yellow, but it's closer to green than red. Yes, it is. It's closer to green than red, that's for sure. Yeah, the monochrome does. The monochrome fucks hard. Imagine if I was just like a teacher in like a like a classroom, like, yeah, this color's fuck hard. Like, dude, I would love to have a teacher like that. I'm not gonna lie, that would be so funny. Hi VX, welcome on and thank you for the follow. Card holder says, is it wrong to say the nipples are a bit eye-catching? I mean, I don't think that's wrong. You're observing the piece. Wait, those are male nipples, right? I'm assuming that those are male nipples. It kind of looks like surgery scars. Okay, cool. They're male. Okay, good. All right, male confirmed. Male confirmed. Everybody calm down. Don't worry. They're male presenting nipples. We're safe. We're allowed to have this on Twitch. Okay. Get a doctorate? Dude, I don't want to get a doctorate. I have to get a master's first. It's TOS compliant. I would agree. So I think to talk about what grabs your eye in this piece, you gotta talk about what pulls your eye to the center. And I think right in the center, I do look at the nipples. Why do we look at the nipples? fam in chat, can we, why? Can I show you guys why? So you have a straight line directly down here. These two wings bring eyes this way. All of the eyes are pointed right to the center. So you have a very clear center point. You'd think it might be here as far as like compositionally, but because there's nothing going on here and it's empty space, I feel like our eyes do go right to the nipples. Also because of this line of fur here. And these eyes are looking directly at the nipples. Yes. Why did I come back to nipple talk? Welcome to Art School. We talk about nipples. So autism the habit of darting my eyes all over the image rather than following the flow of the image and landing on the central focus. And that's totally fair too. Better than your nipples go to their eyes. Nipples are art too. That's not to say that it's wrong. There's nothing wrong about the nipples being the center of focus. That doesn't matter. But it is the center of focus, I think. Safe for work nipples. I really enjoy the surrealist setting Folly says here, and I'm feeling like it evokes of stepping into a situation far outside the norm. It explores an idea of otherworldly being and leaves you wondering if this experience is positive or negative. Something that I think could use work, and that was a great bun to the top of our critique burger. Something that I think could use work is giving the shape of the torso a bit more definition and form. The curve of the line from the armpit to waist is a bit too linear, and the upper arms are a bit too oversized in comparison. Also, exceptional meat at the sandwich right there. Good constructive criticism. And the composition is very well done though. The bright character is set against a dark background. Yep. Yeah, I love that. Very good critique. Very good. My nipples are up here. I'm sorry if a migraine. That sucks. I hate getting migraines. All right, let's see. Did I miss any other ones here? Pretzel says the contrast between yellows and the black is very jarring, but in a good way that makes it pop more. So overall, we're saying we like the color, we like the composition, we love the black background mix of the yellows and whites. I think we have some critique on the kind of center of focus, on the anatomy critique happening, okay. The iris and the eyes could use some cleaning up. I think that's also a good critique. Yeah, I see that. Yeah, erasing over some flow and covering missing passes would help tie it together. Yep. Okay. Yeah, I think either that or lean into the messiness of it, right? You know, absolutely. Yulai says I like the eyes in the drawing and the style of the drawing. It adds all emotion to it. Yeah, it does. It's really cool. One thing kind of popped out on me is you get quickly the feel that you may have used a symmetry tool. That is a very good critique. Yulai, yes, I think more asymmetry would help the flow. Yes. 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 Hold on, time out. We gotta talk about the symmetry tool. We'll talk about the symmetry tool. Symmetry tool. So, it's not a bad thing. Symmetry tool is not a bad thing, Fuzzy. The thing is that when it's used in a forward-facing pose for a character, it's very hard to not make it look too stiff and lacking in movement, right? The thing is, this character here, very, very stiff because everything is perfectly symmetrical. I mean, the thing that has the most movement is the arm. The arms have the most movement, right? But everything else, very stiff, you know? Very stiff. So we're doing a little bit of a group critique, yeah, Bear, to wrap up the beginning of the Art School chat. I also found I have trouble changing its shape. So the symmetry tool is a bit of a fussy one. How do we use it effectively? Now, when you draw a face on the symmetry tool and you're like, I want to draw a furry face, I'm going to show you an example. I want to show you a case for maybe not using the symmetry tool even if you're drawing a forward facing face, okay? So let's say we're drawing this face. This is my character. Oh, really hard to kind of get the eyes to not look wonky. But yeah, here's my me get my little wrist brace thing. Yeah, go ahead and pop it in there, Bear. Here's my face. It's not terrible. Okay. But here's the thing. When we start to use the symmetry tool, you can see how this character looks stiff, okay? See how stiff this character looks. I didn't mean to draw that in the same layer as the symmetry tool, but okay. That's pretty stiff, right? Now, let's draw the same little furry dude without a symmetry tool. Given, it's not going to be perfectly symmetrical. But when in life are we perfectly symmetrical, you guys? When are we perfectly symmetrical? Never. Flip the canvas, baby! Yes! Canvas flip! See, like, after I flip that canvas, I'm like, damn, I gotta flip that canvas. So you see how when we use, instead of using the symmetrical tool, and when we're utilizing canvas flip, we're getting a lot more movement potentially. We're getting a lot more of a more dynamic pose. Versus this, that is so still. Okay? Yeah, there's so much more dynamic. We can add a lot of expression to a character when we turn off that symmetry tool. The symmetry tool, like, is it okay for the face outlining, not for the details inside? There are definitely, like, great times to use the symmetry tool. Now, great times to use the symmetry tool. One.
No way. Not the right. We created right.
Why is he stuck? Jonathan! There we go. Reference drawings for 3D models. Yeah, when you're doing a 3D model and you're modeling the eyes and stuff, yeah, you bet your ass you should divide those polygons or like copy and paste those polygons and stick that on the other side. Yes, because the model is different. The model has the ability to move. Symmetry tool, 3D modeling. Yes, of course, right? You don't want to have a wonky, non-symmetrical 3D model. I used it for my ref sheet, but I kind of want to improve that design. Yeah, and that's the thing too. I stopped using the symmetry tool for ref sheets. It is good for things like if you're doing a ref sheet for a fursuit and you need a very stagnant view, you know, I would say that would work really well. But when we are drawing a face, even if it is, you know, more of a head-on view, I think pretty much always you're gonna get more movement. Gonna be more dynamic without the symmetry tool, right? Now with the symmetry tool, oh, I can't spell. What is it? Is it 2 M's? Yeah, it's 2 M's. With symmetry, it's gonna be stagnant, but clean. You make it very clean with the symmetry tool. So it's not really a bad thing to use, but I think it's using it in the right circumstances and figure out what you want out of a piece. Now, in a piece like this one, it feels like you're wanting to tell a story, a narrative story about this character that feels like it could use more dynamism, it can use more movement and more expression. And in this case, I think it would benefit from not using the symmetry tool to really help that character show movement. Yeah, when it has a purpose, good, exactly. But if you're just kind of using it to draw the other side of the face, not always good. Could be good, could be good, don't get me wrong. Like this isn't bad. This looks good. It's not bad, it's not bad. But I kind of feel like this little guy has a lot more potential, you know? And I think in a big way, it's because he's not perfectly symmetrical. I think it's because he has a lot more he could say in his narrative story, this image. So let's scoot on. Yeah, I would say if you're using it as a crutch before, I think sometimes we use it, I don't want to say the word lazily. I am a bit guilty of this too. Like I've used symmetry tool in the past when I feel like I don't want to draw the other side of the face. I'll be honest with you. It's not a good reason to use a symmetry tool. IMO. You know? Using it without intention. Exactly, Bear. And that goes all the way back to what we are talking about intention. Yes. Yes. Vizier says, I'm allergic to the symmetry tool because I don't understand how to rotate it. What are you using, Clip Studio or Psy? It's a big pain in Clip Studio. It's so stupid. It doesn't like rotate at all. It's so much better in Psy. But Clip Studio, it's like you put a line down and then there it is. You're using Krita? Ah, I'm not as familiar with Krita. I have Krita, I love Krita, but I'm not as familiar. Yes! That's a great use of it. You could use it as a template, you know, and then draw over freehand. Like for example, hey, say we want a template for a face, like a character, right? I'm drawing like a little guy, okay? Okay, so this is my template. All right, and then I make it less like visible, and then I go and then I want to kind of draw over it. I'm flipping the canvas a whole bunch. And kind of using that as like a guideline, you know what I mean? I don't know. I'm trying. It's just like a stupid little guy. Like, I don't know. I'm gonna give him the Cal Arts mouth. Fringe. There you go. You get the idea. To flip my canvas, I need to go through 3 shortcuts. Is there any way in your program you can reduce that? Because I had to go through and figure out my shortcuts, and my flip is H. Krita's weird about the flip. Is one thing I couldn't figure out about Krita. Maybe I'm wrong, but in Krita, use Photoshop. Yeah, you can. You definitely can. Just hotkey it. Just hotkey it. That's all you gotta do is hotkey that. Listen, I played WoW. I like mythic rated in WoW. You know how many keybinds I had for WoW? I played a shaman, okay? All right? The first thing I did when I started like doing these, like using Clip Studio, I was like, I'm gonna make my Clip Studio like WoW, okay? I'm gonna hotkey everything, you know? So like, yeah, please, this is huge, huge advice. Use hotkeys, fam. Like I have my setup here. I have, I can't move my camera. Tablet right in front of me, okay? Tablet right here. It's too big to have any keyboard on it. And then I have my keyboard over here. And while I'm drawing with my right hand, my left hand is like this with the hotkeys. All right, let's go on to the next piece. Thank you so much for sharing, Fuzzy. Thank you. Get some big claps for Fuzzy. Hey, listen, we have a clap emoji now. Give some claps to Fuzzy. On a Stream Deck about the multi-keybinds? Yes, you could use a Stream Deck for keybinds. That's a great idea. Yeah. They also sell these little like widgets that you can kind of like slap in the corner of your tablet to use as keybinds. I'm not a huge fan of them personally because I don't like blocking my art space. Oh, that was a little dirty. I just realized something. Is this? Screen size smaller than it should be? Weird, I don't think so. Anyway, I don't like blocking my art space, so I don't use it, but it works. Please go rest, drink some water, and rest in a dark room. Fuzzy, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you. Okay. Wolfie, is this your art? this Plague Doctor yours next? This one? This is awesome, dude. What the hell? For a second, I thought you were submitting like Psycho Manatee's art. I was like, wait, this looks like Psycho's art. This is Wolfie's art. Wolfie, let's freaking go. Let's freaking go. Artistan. That's dope. That's awesome. Okay. All right. Okay. Wow, this is really cool. So this is a Plague Doctor in the style of a blue-footed booby, which is this bird. A blue-footed booby. Boobies on Twitch. Oh, scandalous. Oh! The only thing about me being on cam and my model is that I'm like, I gotta reset her. She's a little bit messed up. There we go. Well, my stream deck with my hotkeys for her expressions are like over there, so I can't really do that. So it was a Psycho Manatee Plague Doctor drawing contest for Streamiversary. That's awesome. The sandwich is yummy, y'all. I almost bought an I Love Boobies bumper sticker read MFF of the birds. Okay, this is really cool. So a Plague Doctor drawing contest. I love that very much. Wow. Wolfie, this is great. This is amazing. I love the character design. I'm like really interested in how you interpreted the bird as the character. I think you did a really great job. I think especially the shape of the hood, it really helps. It reads as a blue-footed booby. You do that. I already wrote a critique burger ahead of time. Okay, go ahead. You want to post it? Go ahead. Give me your critique burger. God, FWA is gonna creep up before I know it, isn't it? I need to finish my food. Character limit? Okay. I'm hungry. Pasta. Pasta good. Yuli says, chew your food before you talk, Sky. Well, I gotta prep my March birthday / houseathon. I gotta prep that first. I love how you interpret the reference colors and translate them into different textures. I do agree with that. I really like that. Like the jacket is the wings. The hood is that kind of part of the hood of the bird. The boots are the boots of the feet. Yeah, I did a great job with that. And then the blue, yeah. Euler says the pose feels a little stiff. Yep, and the leg anatomy a little wonky, but that angle / profile is hard to capture, so that is awesome. Yeah, I really like that. Yeah, the hood looks like it's one of those Baroque powdered wigs that judges wear. Oh, I like that, yeah. Incredibly creative idea. I never would have thought about a Plague Doctor inspired by different types of birds, and it's something with a lot of possibility. The hands proportionally feel small compared to the body. Even just extending the fingers might help. Yep, yeah, I do see that. So there is, I am not one for rules, but I will say there is one thing on the subject of hand length. So a kind of a simple anatomy rule. Simple arm length. So dyslexic. I'm gonna put quotations around it as a rule because we don't like rules, but this kind of helps sometimes. So say you have your body here, okay? You got your torso, you got your hips, all right? You got your little, you got your abdomen, you got your hips here, okay? And then you got your legs, all right? Now, does anyone know like the general, it's a guideline, does anyone know like the anatomy guideline for like the head's length rule thing? I think it's really, it's not something that like is a you need to follow this like every time, but it does help you if you are noticing things like if you're looking at something and you're like not sure why the proportions feel off. This might help you understand why. 7 heads, yeah, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, it's like 6. So it's like a kind of a, this person's kind of a shorty, but that's okay. Like 6 to 7, you know, something like that. So arm length, usually if you stand up, like your arms usually go right below your hip. I don't know if you can see this right here. Like your arms usually go like right below your hip. Okay, so your hip is here. Sorry, my model's kind of in the way. Your hip is here. All right, and your wrist is going to be below your hip, and your hand is going to be below that. And that's just, look, my hand tracker. There we go. That's just like a general guideline. 6, 7, oh my God. And generally when we stand up too, if you look at where your elbows fall, they're gonna fall right kind of on your rib cage, right at your waistline, okay? Like I said, give or take, these are things you can push and pull and play with as artists, but it will help you kind of like understand where things go. I did kind of make the legs a little bit short, but that's fine. Just like a general guideline for like elbows at the waistline and hands below the hips. What shirt is that before? Oh, this is like this is what I call like my booth shirt. Whenever I go to cons, if I have like a booth helper, I'll bring them a shirt. So the attack rack, a booth shirt. Elbows at waist, hands below hips. Generally, but can be stretched. And music has stopped playing. Yes, I'm still watching YouTube. What the heck? Let's put on Sonic music with Chow. There we go. You should print as a sticker and put on some empty Nest cartridges and sell those. It's a cute idea. I like it. Drawing hands is very hard, which is why I'm gonna make you guys draw hands. I can't wait to make you draw hands. Maybe stretched and manipulated. All right. So back to this, you know, if we're looking at those guidelines, I think this elbow comes up like at kind of like right at the breastplate. This elbow sort of lines up a bit better, but then the forearm is noticeably shorter than the thing. I'm getting into the nitty gritty. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't like nitpicking on anatomy so much. Not trying to like run an anatomy class. You can have a whole class on anatomy, but just general guidelines to kind of think of, you know, whenever you're doing this stuff. And honestly, the character, he's kind of a short king. I don't think it's a bad thing. He's kind of a short king, you know. Otherwise, honestly, I'm going through this. I'm like, going through this. I think you did a great job. Besides, like just the little bit placing the arms and stuff. Just redlining over that. Short king. Looks like a short king to me. You should run a class in anatomy. It's so hard. We can definitely cover it. Yeah, we'll cover it. We'll cover it more in depth. Not right now, but we'll cover it more in depth in its whole own class, basically. This is more of an intro generalist. Thank you for sharing! Thank you, Wolfie! Thank you, Wolfie! Let's see next one. Ooh! We have got some pixel sprites from Pretzel Rod, who's really making it happen. Pretzel, I am impressed. I am extremely impressed. Because you have been making it happen and you have been working very, very hard, very diligent. with your pixel art and the... Oh, look at this. Look at this slime sprite. It looks so good. The improvement shows so much. Oh, this slime is awesome. I love this slime. I'm not sure what pixel sprites are. So basically this is just pixel art. Are you asking like what pixel art is in general? So pixel art is working on a, in the artist den in Discord. Pixel art is working at a very, very tiny canvas. So technically all the art we draw, unless we're making it vector, is raster, right? And raster digital images are all made up of pixels, okay? Like on our monitor, our whole monitor I'm looking at right now, it's 4K. It is like it's 4K resolution. That means how many pixels fit into the monitor space, okay? Pixel art, yeah. Good night, Franco. So technically, this in a way is kind of like pixel art, actually, but bigger, okay? Because it's raster, it's not vector. Now, pixel art is when we take it and shrink it itty bitty tiny, and we work in these little tiny canvases, and you're really being intentional with every single pixel placement. And we got a raid. Holy crap, Hazard! What's up? Hi, welcome on in. Hi, raiders. Hello. How are you? Oh my god. And hi, Kamada. Nice to see you. Welcome on. Nice to meet you. Thank you for the follow. Hi, Helldivers. Oh, that's one that Leaf loves. He never shuts up about Helldivers. Oh my god. Bring back the boobies. Yeah, you saw their blue feet. Well, this is art of a boobie. Yeah, we're having some scandalous stuff. We had boobies on screen. You missed it. You missed it, fam. We had real boobies on screen. Leprechaun, well, come on in. Thank you for the follow. Hi. You saw it? You saw the boobies? Hi, everybody. Hello, welcome. My name is Sky, and my voice is kind of messed up still, so forgive me. I sound like so weird. I have like some laryngitis stuff going on, which I think that's what it's called, right? It's when your voice box is messed up from being sick. Anyway, hi friends. I'm a full-time freelance artist and streamer, and we are doing our art school segment today, and this is the session 1, which is very exciting, of a community-driven artist learning platform where we get together, we do group critiques, we do discussions, demo techniques and materials for you guys, and basically learning and growing together as artists and supporting each other along the way. So we plan on doing all types of things, not just like covering fundamentals like anatomy and illustration techniques and such, but also going over like larger scale things like how to be a commissioned artist and how to market yourself as an artist and navigate all types of facets of things art. So welcome on in, everybody. Hi, welcome. Thank you for being here. Thank you so much for the raid. Thank you so much. I did it because I was already here. You're the best. I appreciate you so much. Thank you. So how was Helldivers? How are you doing? Strict Slime, nice to see you. Welcome on in. Oh my god, my voice is just so messed up, you guys. I sound like a 13-year-old boy. So ridiculous. All right, excuse me. Gonna run a shower. Hopefully I'm back before you over my submission. This fell. I'll have the stream go on my phone. Okay, go take a shower. You'll be good. You can have time. And hi, Protowitch. Welcome on in. Thank you for the follow. Hi. And Hazard and I are both in the Twitch Pride Guild. That's how we met. Yay. Hey, hi, hello. It was fun doing bot fights, hell yeah. I'm not normally a Sunday streamer, but I wound up getting a second win. I did like 7+ hours. Whoa, that's awesome. Let's go. Non-bread. Be sure you have lots of water. Your voice sounds like it might be going. It is going, a little bit. A little bit. Can I post a finished product? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Prego buddies, yes! And so obviously, I hope it goes without saying, but you know, this is an LGBTQI plus positive inclusive space, as well as a neurodivergent inclusive space. I got the funky ADHD brain. My brain be crazy. It's all over the place. I don't know. Is my camera out of sync? But it looks out of sync. Does my camera look out of sync? I guess it's fine. I don't know. I think I have this like sinus infection, like my head is so foggy. Brain fog? So foggy brain? Anyway, this pixel art is dope AF! Damn! Where do we begin with the critique on these? So, we're doing... Where's the critique sandwich? the critique sandwich, or as I call it, the critique burger. Bun, meat, bun, okay? Or if I am eating it, it's a bun, black bean patty, bun, okay? And at the top bun, it is not just a compliment, it is what works in the piece and why does it work. In the middle, the meat of the sandwich is what doesn't work and why it doesn't work, how can it be improved on, followed by another bun at the bottom. So, everyone's welcome to critique. You don't have to be an artist. You don't have to be actively participating in drawing or learning art to critique. Everybody can critique. You know, I critique the games that I play extensively. I go off. Run protein bun. I like that. Yeah. I get the sandwich on the dollar menu. So I think the two strongest pieces are this piece and this piece. These sprites. Why? The expressions on this sprite very consistent. Colors are very good, and I think similar to this one, they both have very strong lighting, light sources, and I think it makes them really stand out. It really makes both of these sprites feel a lot more, they have a little bit more oomph to them, I think more physicality. I think that these two sprites I like, but I think that there's a little bit less or inconsistent lighting style. Like, these two are a little bit flatter, I think. This one has a bit of that rim lighting, but oh, I love Knuckles. But this has a really nice voluminous feeling. It really feels like a slime, you know? And this guy, the Pompadour, has a lot more volume right here with this shape on the hair. Lettuce, tomato sauce, etc. That's the details right there, Red Bean, yeah. I can see I messed with some lighting on Cleric's hair. And I think, is this the Cleric right here? Oh, I want to bring up Aseprite to show you this, but I did not install Aseprite on my computer yet. Gosh dang it. So, is the Cleric like a zombie or a type of like undead character? So I'm asking because of two things. The eyes seem blank and the mouth has these kind of marks. Like this. It has kind of like almost a stitching look with the way that the lighting is and the way with the aliasing of the pixels is, rather than having a flat line. It gives like jagged mouth look or stitched mouth look. Cleric is a guy in banana costume. He's malnutrition and nervous. Okay, that works for the character then, yes. Okay. I think that works then. Okay. That's not a critique. I was just kind of like pointing it out because I wasn't sure if that was like an intentional part of the character. I think that's really cool that you're... Even... This is why I love pixel art, you guys. Even with something as small as, what is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. The mouth is only 10 pixels wide, and you are already able to convey so much of that story of that character in just those little 10 pixels. Is very cool. It's very, very cool. I think I need to grab more water. Can I grab more water real quick? Because I am low-key losing my voice. I'm try and wait for the ads though. Uh-oh. Polly's gonna hear me. Polly's gonna hear me and come yell at me. Is this how you know you've lost your voice? Like you're physically incapable of whispering. Like, this is me trying to whisper. I can't even whisper. Like I actually can't whisper. I should try that, Fuzzy. I have a little bit more.
Gay little lizard. Gay little liz. Gay little liz. Gay little liz. Gay little. Gay little. Gay little. Gay little. Gay.
Okay. Very nice. Exceptional. I think your slime sprite's better than mine. Have I ever showed you my slime? I'm gonna get it. I have a little bit left. I'll get it whenever you do the ad break. Excuse me. Pardon me. Drawing this really helped me come up with the lore for the characters. I also thought she looked dead. Perfect. That looks really good. This style of Pixar is nice because there isn't really an outline. Yes, I love that about it, dog. Yeah. Yeah, the portraits. I feel like they mostly work as portraits with limited use to the directionality of the light. It would be weird to flip it. Yeah, a limited color palette seems like it would work with limitations back in the day hardware. Yeah. I also yell you to take care of yourself, but you don't listen. I don't listen. I'll just say. I just don't. I just don't listen. I don't listen to Danny either. Now you have to deal with it. That's what you signed up for. This is awesome, Pretzel. Thank you for sharing. Thank you. Thank you. All right, let's keep scooting on here. I'm gonna say we have a lot of things to get through. I don't know if we're gonna be able to get through all of them, or at least get through all of them as in depth as I want to, but I want to at least show each piece and go through here. Let's do Stormy's. Oh wow, Stormy, this is awesome. No sleep, limited water, dollar menu, speedrun any %. The fox. Oh, this is great. This one's really good. Okay, Stormy made this one. Stormy says, let's zoom in. It's a work in progress. Looks really, really good. Excuse me, sorry. Coughing. Exceptional detail. I really like the suit. You did a great job. Take care of myself, start getting ready for bed. Yes, you have to go to work in the morning. Good night, love you, good night. Blah. Blah. Thanks for hanging out. Hanging out tonight to stream. Thank you. Oh, the eyes are beautiful. Look at those eyes. Oh yeah, the eyes are... That little eye right there, that is chef's kiss. It's a really nice eye. Why is it a nice eye? Because it has volume and it shows the volumetric shape of the eye. It shows that the eye is not a flat surface, it is an orb. And he showed it really well. It looks beautiful. Stormy said, one critique in the pink vest. It's supposed to be my character in No Man's Sky. Also, I'm not sure if the tail is correct. I need the body parts to fit under the suit, but designing clothes that work with non-human appendages like tails and ears is difficult. Okay. I just read that out loud and I didn't process any of it, so let me just zoom out and see what I'm looking at. I see, okay. So the vest. Body parts to fit under the suit. Yep, okay, in the tail. Okay. That looks good to me. That looks good. Take care, Pretzel. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you. Fergonomics is hard. Yes, fergonomics is the right term for it. Fergonomics. Hi, buddy. Welcome on in. How you doing? Fergonomics, and this is the picture of the suit that Stormy is drawing here. The No Man's Sky suit. Fergonomics. It's whenever we try to think about the logistics of how an anthropomorphic animal character would fit into clothing and armor and that type of stuff. It's like, where's my little fergonomics? Where's my thing here? Fergonomics. So it's like whenever you have a hat. Hat. Where ears go? Where ears go? And then you gotta go ahead and you gotta draw that hat. And think about how the ears, are you gonna have a hole right here where the ears are gonna poke out of the hat? You're gonna have a band that wraps around under the ear? Question mark? Are you gonna have the ears under the hat? This is ergonomics, okay? It's a real thing. It's actually a thing that furry artists like go through. Yes, is it gonna be digigrade or plantigrade? All right, digigrade or plantigrade? Dude, digigrade, come on. I know that my character's a raccoon and like technically they're plantigrade, I get it, but like, come on, digigrade is objectively the best. Digigrade's the best. So going back to this, I think the biggest thing about the vest is that the vest feels like it might not be wrapped around the body properly. So we're seeing, think about the how do I word this? The sides of the vest we're seeing, okay? So we're seeing, let's make it a simple shape. Front of vest, okay? Front of vest. And then we're seeing this edge of the vest, right? And now this shape is a flat shape. Now, but what happened here is that on this side, the vest concaves in, form-fitting the body. So, oops. It concaves right there. So seeing this edge feels kind of confusing, right? You see what I mean? Sorry, it's a chest armor plate. Yeah, whatever. So that is where it feels confusing. Whereas in the reference, you can see that this vest is more like this shape. It's a solid shape and it pokes out. So I think that's where I see that kind of inconsistency with the vest, is you to think about what material you're representing when you draw it, right? Hi, Bruce, welcome on in. So is it a form-fitting piece of semi-flexible fabric? If it is, then it would fit like that, kind of. But is it more of, like in the reference, a metal piece that's more of a plate? Yeah. Then it's just gonna lay on top and it's not gonna kind of concave, you know, into the form like it does. It's just gonna go, you know, instead of concaving in. I'm gonna like reset my camera real quick. There we go. That's like way better. Okay. So thinking about what material is going to be, what the material is that you're representing. So likewise, it looks like the material used that you represented here has a lot of folds. It's almost like the suit might be a little bit too big for the character, possibly. And Pumpkin says attention to detail in this is really noticeable. Well done. Yes, I would definitely agree with that. The indentations and folds in the suit's fabric, etc. I think the weight distribution of the body may need further observation as the chest and hip seem out of alignment. Yes, yeah. And that is a kind of like almost like a line of action sort of question. And I know, Pumpkin, you know what a line of action is because you know all about cartoons. Hi, Lee, welcome back. I'm not gonna red line this because there's like a lot of red, but we'll blue line it. So the weight and the pose of the character is almost like the character's like leaning back, okay? What are the character's pronouns, Stormy? So I know I'm not doing the wrong character here. So the character's kind of like leaning back. And we have to think about the weight. Like, actually, I don't know if it's necessarily like too off. They? Okay, cool. I don't know if it's too off because it does look like she is like leaning back in a way that is actually pretty believable. So when we think about the weight distribution, where our head is generally more or less whenever we're balancing and we're walking and stuff as bipedal, you know, big ape creatures. As bipedal critters, our head is generally going to line up roughly with a foot on the ground to like kind of, or I should say not just a head, but the the weight of the upper body, right? So like if I were to lean back far enough while I'm standing, if I don't move my foot to catch myself, think about when I was playing baby steps, I'm gonna fall, okay? So when I see this right here, it's not too bad because I do see like there's a foot here and the head is here, even though, you know, you have like the rest of the pose kind of leaning out like that. It's kind of like the character is leaning back on the hip a little bit, but I do think that there is some confusion about the hip area, and I think part of that has to do with the armor, because the armor is so bulky on top. I think, you know, if the character is digi, leaning like that would not be that weird. Yeah, I think so too. Yeah, because the legs go like this, and I think the way that digigrade legs distribute weight too. But I do think that there is, once again, like anatomy technicalities. This is not an anatomy lesson in particular, so we don't get too integrated into it. But yeah, I just think there is some like anatomy stuff going on with the hip, and I think that the clothing being so bulky, it makes it hard to see it. Yeah, the forefoot would bend in a way that would shift the weight backwards. Yeah. The digigrade legs being counterposto. Yep. It isn't really counterposto, is it? Or contraposto, I mean, I'm sorry. It's counterpasta. It's when your pasta falls on a counter and then you eat it. The lack of feet. Bing, 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 bing. Bing, 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 bing. That is actually the first thing I thought of when I see this piece, is the cropping being right above the foot. And so when I see that, the cropping, I think, where are the feet picks? I think, why is it cropped right before the feet? And what does that add to the piece? I'm not sure, right? And once again, I think this goes all the way back to our very beginning of the art lesson, is intent. Because intent means a lot of things. And I think whenever we draw something, we have to think about our intent with the piece, why we are making the decisions we're making. This is why critique's so important, because you have to think critically about the stuff, you know? So why are the feet hidden? Do we not want to draw feet? I've done it so many times, it's okay. But since you can't see where they're stepping in the pose, it makes the pose feel a little bit more wobbly and a little bit less cemented and grounded, I think. I definitely think so. I also think, I want to say too, the attention to detail, like Pumpkin was saying, and the line art in this piece is so good. It's very clear you put a lot of time and attention into this, and it looks really, 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 really good. Also, you said about the tail. I think you nailed the tail. The tail looks awesome. Actually, I think the tail is like one of the strong parts. You even like kind of, with this, you kind of showed the tail has volumetric, it's volumetric here. Like it's not two-dimensional. I'm seeing that volume to the tail. The fluff looks great. You did a great job with the fluff. It looks, I mean, shit, that's like, that looks good. That looks great. Looks very good. That's a 10 out of 10 tail right there. It's a premium tail. Yeah, the neck is pulled back. Yeah, it does look like the neck is a little bit like this, but also this is an Eastern dragon. And I feel like she would be a little bit more noodly with the neck possibly. So that, that is part of it. Can you explain how the art school works? Also, it is a segment every Sunday we're doing where we get together, we talk about art, we have kind of group lessons, critiques, draw together exercises, and we also share work that we've worked on throughout the week here. And overall, it's kind of like a little, it's like a kind of a virtual classroom and a place for us all to grow and kind of come together as a community, as artists, and hang out and grow as artists, and also as people who like art. And Philly's here. Hi, Philly. Nice to see you. Welcome on in. How are you? Welcome. I'm gonna give you a shout out because I freaking love you. You're awesome. When the ads pop up, I feel like we're about to do ad break, right? We're doing a learn, but as a group. Arm position bugging me. Can you elaborate and tell us why and how to fix it? I'm challenging you as the critiquer to fix the arm. How would you fix the arm? But But yeah, I think anatomy-wise stuff, but I think the particular critique that Stormy was looking for, the vest, I already covered. God, the eye's so good. I love the eye. And the ergonomics bit, honestly, I think with ergonomics, I think the best thing to do is just draw your character, you know, say you're drawing digigrade legs, draw your legs, and then draw the thing around it. Like, say this is the leg, and then you're trying to draw this, like, kind of, you know, bit here. Yeah, draw the armor, like, around it, and just kind of, like, work with it, and remember, like, the volume of the character. I think with all the, like, folds in the clothing, it makes the outfit look like it doesn't fit the character as well. So I think, like when you look at this, we're seeing, like, almost like pads, like armor pads. I used to do these armor pads here. But then down here, there's, like, all these little folds. It's, like, I guess to show that it's, like, maybe it would be ill-fitting because the character is built differently. And that works, actually. That shows it very well. It's, like, Fergalicious, yeah. How you been feeling? I am getting there, Philly, but my voice is not recovered, and it's a struggle, I'm not gonna lie. It's really tough because, like, streaming is what I do, and talking is what I do, and it is pretty exhausting to be talking and your voice is so dead. Speaking of which, I'm gonna take a quick break, get more water. I'm gonna get more water, and I will be right back. And we're gonna cruise through a couple more of these here and there, and I'm losing a bit of steam. So I really want to talk about the draw rewind one that Pumpkin did too, and I want to show off the other pieces as well. And kind of just like touch on these. These are really awesome. But I don't think we could get to as much of a critique as I could for everything. And if I don't get to critique a piece this week, we can bring it up next week. Because it's just, normally I would stream for a lot longer, but my voice is really messed up, you guys. I'm sorry. Sorry. I'm sorry, fam. My voice is really messed up. I could make it a 2-part, you're right. Anyway, I'm gonna take a quick second and go get some water. We're gonna run the hourly ads. I know ads suck, you guys, but this is, I don't have a quote-unquote real job, so this helps support food and roof overhead, so I appreciate y'all sticking around. I will be right back.
Monkey! It's tail time!
Gay little lizard. Gay little liz. Gay little liz. Gay little liz. Gay little. Gay little. Gay little. Gay little. Gay.
You gotta be on your act.
Oh my god, did I completely mistime the ads? Jesus Christ. Are we for real right now? I thought they were gonna run. Oh my god. And why did the game not start? Oh my god, bro. Bruh. Do mods have the ability to like run ads? Do mods, can they like, if you guys see me going for a break and I'm like, hey, ads are gonna run, like feel free to just like hit that run ad button for me. Just, it's totally my bad. What a mistake. Yeah, whoops. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. Sorry, I mistimed it. My camera looks all, it looks all noisy. Sorry, I mistimed the ads. I can't see when they were gonna go off on my end. Haha, ads, teehee, I'm a subscriber. Haha, I don't deal with ads. I think just to dismiss them as an editor, I think you're able to run ads, aren't you? You silly tonight? No. Boy. Go play with your sister. My dog is being really, really silly. He's being really weird. Can you sit nice?
Monkey!
What is this? What is this puppy ass behavior? Ow! Oh, I need to do your nails. Oh, come here, you big potato. Come here, you big hamburger head. I'm gonna wrestle him. I drink cola. On Fortnite. I drink cola. Hi, Slushy. How are you? Welcome on in. Editors can roll the ads. Okay. Well, if you're an editor, which you are now, you can do that. Hey, bud. He wants something and I don't know what he wants. Can you tell me what's going on? Can you sit?
It's false. No way. Not this time.
Yes. What's up,
We
man?
created it. Not this time.
What the heck, bro? What's going on? Oh, don't put your paw on my tablet. What's going on, dude? What's up? What's up? Are we having problems? Are we having emotional regulation problems? I think we might be having emotional regulation problems, you guys. It's weird because I feel like he's trying to tell me something, but I don't know what he's trying to tell me. He is 3 years old, but he's like a perma puppy. Welcome back from ads. There you go, bud. Sitting all four on the floor, and now you get pets. That's a good boy. That's a good boy right there. What a good boy. Are you okay? Like, are you disturbed? Usually he doesn't. A perma puppy that's cursed. Usually he's not like jumping on me like that. Unless he wants something, I just let him out. Oh my god, I love those emotes. Those are so funny. Lizard. I'm gonna test it later if we roll ads again. Okay. He is a pit bull. He's a pit bull. Yeah, he's just silly. I think he's a little bit like... He's a little bit pent up today because he didn't go for a walk. It was raining. Can I see him? Come here. Off. Oh. Okay, my man. Okay. That's quite enough, dude. Okay. He's not being best boy right now. He's being very bad. I don't know why he's getting this. I don't know where he's getting this. He wants cuddles. I know, he does. He's a mama's boy for sure. Can you sit? Can you sit, my son? No. Yeah, I think he's just a little bit bored. Yeah, does he want to play with me? He might. He might. I think he's just bored. Maybe his hips are hurting him. I don't know though. He seems pretty active. Usually if his hips are bothering him, he just goes and lays in his crate. He has hip issues. Validate me, mother! Gummy wants to teach art class with me. He's got a crazy look in his eyes tonight. I don't know. Well, I think that's might be part of it. He has been doing this thing. So it's raining out today. And so when I let them in from the outside, I'm wiping their paws off. And every time I wipe his paws off, because he normally is very adverse to like me wiping his paws off, I give him a treat. And so I think he started kind of a game where he'll like bat me to go outside, run outside, get his paws wet, come back in, get his paws wiped off, get a treat, and then want to go do it again so he gets another treat. Like he's that big brain in like such a weird roundabout way that like in his head he's like, this is the new game. If I go outside, get my paws wet, get my paws wiped off, then I get a cookie. I want more cookies. Oh, I heard the word. You heard cookie. Oh, bud, you're such a baby. What's going on, man? You are such a little brat. I've made him a brat. Okay, sorry. Let's get back to the art. So I want to Thanks, Stormy, for sharing. Big clap. He has. He's trained me very well. It's a puppy dog. Your dog is a blue player. That's not. No, Gumbo is like. There's no way he's a blue player. You know what? Maybe he is. Maybe I've been like getting it wrong. I thought he would be like big gruel stompy, but maybe he is a little bit of blue, you know? I'm touching his ear right now. Patting him. He's being good. As long as he's got 4 feet on the floor, he gets pets. I want to teach him that. This being school night, I have a question. Hit me with your question while I bring up the next thing. So I'm going to kind of go over the next piece because I want this piece to kind of lead into next week, and I am feeling a little bit slightly worn down, and the event block I had scheduled to 9 anyway, so this kind of works out timing wise. I want to show you this redraw Pumpkin was working on, and I think this is really good. I love it. He's rules lowering your treat system. He is. And now I got Bean in here. Biggie. Bean. You guys want to see Bean? Do you guys want to see Bean? Hang on. I'm gonna get Bean. Let me grab him. Where is he? Come here. Oh, my large boy. Oh, Jesus, he's a big boy. Oh, he's a big, big boy. No, Gumbo, no lick cat butt. Do not lick the cat butt. No, no, Gumbo. Exclamation point VODs. Oh, God. This is my boy. My other boy. Do not lick his butt. Bean. Do not lick his butt. Get out of here. He's very big. He's enormous. Did he grow? I think he might have, dude. He's like 20 pounds, dude. Like literally. Hold on. Like literally look at him. He's massive. A massive guy. You good boy. I mean, he just accepts his fate. Look at him. Oh, yeah, he's a big guy. You good boy. Just stop looking at his butt! Gumbo! No! You nasty boy. Stop, Gumbo. Stop, Gumbo. Hey! Oh my God, he's disgusting. Hold on. Gumbo! Okay, he stopped. Jesus Christ, dude. Don't you dare lick me with that nasty tongue. Boy. Yeah, go get out of here. Okay, let's go back to art. It's a whole stock. His name was Flapjack when he was a kitten, but at some point we just started calling him Bean. And it's stuck. Where's submission go? Let's pause on submissions because I am pretty tired. I'm pretty worn out. My voice is pretty shot. And I think I might need to rest a little bit tonight to gather back my mana sources. I'm tapping all my mana out, guys. I'm tapped out. All the mana's tapped out. Four hours is a hell long class. MP minimal. Mana power minimal. Yes. Yeah, I'm tapped out, guys. So, and Redbean asked how I color pie in digital software. Hold on to that for next week because I'm, like I said, mana tapped out. Mana tapped out. You can probably see it in my face. Mana tapped out, fam. Mana tapped out. My cat is enormous. Does that mean no magic? I don't know. I need to rest a little bit. I do want to play Magic, but it depends if we grab another person. Does anyone in here want to play Magic with us, Tails and I, and the Discord commander? Because I'm gonna be so real with you, dude. I got wrecked by Danny earlier 1v1, and I'm not trying to do 1v1. I would like to have another person if we're playing Magic. I will play Magic if we can get at least one more person to join us, but I don't want to I don't want to do 1v1. Okay, in the Discord, can I join? Yes! Please rest in Nomadic. I can type my turns. I don't even have to talk, really. It's gonna be a lot less talking than this. From the same deck? Okay, cool. Awesome. All right, we have 3 people. We can do Magic after this. If anyone else wants to join for Commander, just hop in the Discord. I know, Neb. Aren't I infuriating? Aren't I infuriating to deal with? Like, literally? I love you. All right. You refuse to play Magic. Okay. Anyway, sorry. I'm getting off topic. Man is tapped out. Tired. Right now, work good. I want to talk about this redraw that Pumpkin did, because this is fantastic. So, Pumpkin did this redraw. Here's my pen. "4 a.m. Sky" singing in the Discord. Dude, he jumped on me and he got mud on my arm. Bruh. Okay, so we have a draw from 2019 here to 2026. And what I want to ask the chat for this, rather than like a whole critique, what I want to ask y'all, we're in the final line arc. Okay, awesome. What I kind of want to ask y'all is, oh, sorry, I slapped my mic. What makes Willow Davis's username yellow? Hi, Willow. Will, how you doing? How are you, dude? What improvements do you see that are noticeable over the 2026 to the 2019, chat? That's what I want to know. That's what I'm asking y'all, because I see some mega improvements off the bat, and I think it's a good thing to talk about so we can quantify. Thank you, Red Bean. Thank you. The pie thing's bothering me for a week. All right, hold on a minute. Just... You're drawing a pie? Drawing a pie. Slice of pie. Draw a cheese wedge. 3-dimensional cheese wedge. Cheese wedge, okay? The bottom of the pie is berries, and it's falling out. But the top of the pie is crust. I don't know how pie crust looks, bro. Off the top of my head. Does it look like that? Is it a pie crust? Anyway, that's the shape. Pie? IDK. The pose is an upgrade, yes. The hair connecting to the head vizier, yes. Yeah, the way the hair connects here with this little like flick up like that right there is such a huge upgrade. It really shows the volume of the hair in a really believable way. Really, really well done. Whereas right here, it's just kind of like a line, which is fine, and it shows the hair kind of like drops there, but really this really amplifies it. That shape right there is a really, really great shape. That's why we see this kind of shape in hair a lot in early 2000s, like cartoons and animation and stuff. This is Pumpkin Potion's art. We're critiquing and showing other people's art. That's why you see this kind of hair flick, because it's such a great way to show an animation volume. And it's really easy to animate. And it looks great. The body shape is better, yeah. I also think proportions are a lot better too. Like this arm, really, really strong. This arm right here, this arm shape is really strong. I like that a lot. Yeah, the pose is really good. I should be redlining and not gray lining. Yeah, the pose is very strong. You can see a really strong like sense of like volume right here with the body. You see the waist right there, and the legs are nice, and they're not like overly accentuated, the shapes. Like right here you have a very strong shape with the leg there, which isn't bad, but like, you know, here I think the legs being a little more soft kind of helps them be a little more believable. And He's like morbing, dude. What is he doing? Look at him. Oh my god, what a mess of a dog. What a mess. What a mess. Sorry, I just had to share that. Chess is like, nah, yeah, she's so done with it, dude. She's like, dude, I'm trying to sleep. It is bedtime. And you are like digging in the bed next to me, and that is inappropriate behavior. She just sat next to him. She's like, no, nah, done. Okay. The things your dog would say to you. Yes. Anyway, anatomy on point. All right. And it is a huge upgrade. I think it's a really, this one is obviously a more accentuated pose. And I like this pose and everything too. I think it's really cool. There's a lot of like push and pull with this here. But it is great to see, and I think this is something that's really hard to do in art, is to draw a pose that is a more still pose, but keep a lot of that kind of like expression and momentum without sacrificing. Both of them are really, really good, so it's really hard to say. What I'm trying to say is like, it's a more, in a way, it's more stagnant of a pose, but it doesn't feel stagnant because of the way the lines are treated, right? Because of the way the lines are treated and the way the pose is handled. It's very believable, and it's a very good example of a, like, I should say stationary, not stagnant, stationary pose, but it doesn't feel stagnant. Those are the words I'm looking for. Yes. Stationary without feeling stagnant, very hard to do. And I think that shows a huge bit of improvement. And then I think a bit of it, I really love the way the bill is drawn here. Like this right here feels a lot more in the way that the eyes, the shape, like the eyes are taking up this much of the face. It feels a lot more true to the source material. And it feels like it's grown a lot with expressiveness, really pulling the features on the face to push expressiveness over the previous one where the eyes take up a less big portion of the face. Very strong. Very strong. Yeah, it feels more authentic. That's what I'm looking for. Yeah, authentic. Yeah. And how pronounced the muscles are based on the pose and where the weight is supported. Yes. Yeah. Very dynamic. Stationary pose, but dynamic. Also the hands. Hand's really good. Like, look at this hand here. The hand's kind of hiding. And this hand, too, a little bit confused. But this hand, strong. He's doing it again. Oh my god. I think he just has a lot of energy. Are you okay, bud? Did you like eat a bee or something? I don't know, dude. He's really weird. Yeah, clearly there's a pee under his bedroom. Oh, hi, Ramon. Nice to see you. Okay. Losing steam. Gotta wrap up. I popped the start of the line work. Yes. I want to see the line work before we wind down here and move on to what I kind of want to like lead into for our next week's session. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, I love the line art. Do you use the vector tool when you line? He might have a bee in his hat, yeah. This is one of the trickiest things, is whenever you have a sketch and keeping that like energy and expressiveness of the sketch when you move into line art is so hard. I struggle with this all the time. You freehand it? Okay. Are you using Clip Studio? Because I have a trick for you. You might like it. You might not, but this is a clip. Photoshop? Damn it. Shit. Okay, Photoshop is all raster. Clip Studio has a freehand vector tool. Nev, I love you. Good night. I promise I will rest. I promise I will rest. Clip Studio has a freehand vector tool, and I'm going to show you something. I know, like, in the chat, I said I'm not going to get into, like, demoing.
It's false. No way. Not this time. Yes. We created it. Not this time. Similar event. No.
There we go. I know you've been using Photoshop. I know you don't want to switch, but so in Clip Studio, you can make a vector layer, and you can do all the things that you want to do with a regular layer. Like you can draw lines just the same way. There's nothing different. Now, say we're drawing like a face, and you're drawing the hair like that. Okay. And now normally you'd have to go and like, you know, you'd erase it manually like that. Well, with the vector eraser tool, it's one click. It makes cleaning up line art very speedy. You wouldn't even show you how to color a pie. Use your imagination. It is really, really nice. And it's extensively sped up my art time. So like if I draw this circle and I draw the square and I want to get rid of like this line right here, the circle, so the square's on top, literally done. It's very helpful. There are times where I still use the raster lines for certain things, or like if I'm painting or something, but yeah, it's very efficient. It's a great tool. So if anyone doesn't know that this exists, it's in Clip Studio, and you can get it on sale, Clip Studio, for like, I'll show you how to color a pie here. Picture of a cherry pie slice. Adobe stock. Like this. Make it like that. There you go. Use a reference. Look at the thing. Trace over the thing. And then draw the thing. Oh, I'm getting really tired. Alright, the pie is a distraction. The pie is a lie. Alright, so we talked a lot about this. Yeah, loading artist, I bet, has a lot of tips and tricks on this. So where does that leave us for next week for our journey in art school? I think we talked a lot about today about intent, why we make art, our identity as artists. And this is a very productive discussion. We also talked about how to grow our skills critiquing art, not just drawing or working on ourselves as artists, but critiquing art itself can grow our skills as artists. So for next week, I think I kind of want to talk about how we view the world as artists. Okay, welcome back to the shower. We're winding down. I want to talk about how we view the world as artists. I want to talk about how we, like the pie picture, how can we look at a picture of a pie and interpret that and recreate that? How can we interpret that picture and break it down to understand how to draw that pie, right? And I think a great thing to do, save volume immediately when you stream over. Yes, good idea. I think a great thing to work on with this is to do a draw together exercise next week. So next week we will do our active draw together. So bring your tablets and your sketchbooks. We'll be working on some work from references, and I will show you how to break down references. I know I did this before like 3 years ago when I did art school, but this is a really good foundational tool to have as an artist, no matter what style you're working in. I also want to not just working from photo references or from life, but we could also work from art references and like maybe cartoons or animation as well, because I think that would be really cool to do that. We're going to use those skills to be able to break those down into different things. If I did not get to critique your piece this week, go ahead and bring it next week. I'm so sorry. I would keep streaming, but I've totally lost my voice and I have tapped out all my mana friends. So I think it do be time for me to wind down. Much like Gumbo in his dog bed. He is finally laying in his dog bed. Finally. You good boy, Gumbo? You sleeping now? He looks mad at me. He looks like pissed. Thank you so much, Dahlia. And I also want to ask y'all, like, what do you want out of our school, right? Out of our little sessions here. What do you want out of it? What do you want to learn? What do you want to grow? Let me know. Let me know in the artist den. Let me know in DMs. Let me know wherever. He needs to be in a cinnamon roll right now. Yeah, he needs snuggles. Just had a black cowboy hat on, yeah. No, it's just cheesies. Gumbo looked like a cowboy hat. So cute. Thank you, Vizier. Thank you. Yeah, let me know what you want to learn. Let me know what you want to work on and how I can help you achieve those goals. I really do. Like, so think about, I want you to come to next week thinking about what are your goals as an artist? What do we really want to work on? How do we want to grow? I would also like, if you could do me a favor, and I'm not going to assign you something necessarily to draw this week, so we're just getting into it, but do you ever call Gumbo Finny? It's funny. I was just like thinking about that this morning. I was like, I called him that. I was like, you remember your name? You remember Phineas? He's like, he doesn't remember Phineas. He doesn't know it's his name. Or was his name. Yes, I'll do more community critiques. And music's really loud, sorry. I want us to think about what our goals are. I want us to come to next week, not with necessarily an assignment this week, but like we did with the pumpkin draw over, like we showed that. If you could bring like an old piece of art that you did, like an old piece of art, like I don't know, just like a year or more maybe, or something like that. Or, you know, if you're newer into the game of art, just something that's like a little bit older that you think could be improved on. And I want you to tell us how you think you can improve on that piece. And I think we could all work on some draw overs. I think that would actually be a really good idea, is to do some draw overs. That would be really a fun exercise for all of us, because I think the draw over is a great way to show improvement. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you. Can we get, where's the claps? Where's the claps? I did the pumpkin clap, but I know I have a clap emote now. Where is the clap? Guys, we have a clap emote. Here it is. Attack clap. It's lazy. It's just my VTuber with the arms. I probably need to like make one or something. On that note, friends, I have to go rest my voice because it's a little scratchy and I'm a little tired. I just want to say thank you all so much for being here, and thank you everyone who gave so much kind support. A big thank you to the raiders. The Grinning Hazard, if you hear from the Grinning Hazard raid, thank you for sticking around. Market, thank you. Thanks for sticking around. If you heard from a Fox and Space Show, thanks for sticking around. I appreciate y'all so much. Thank you for the kindness. Thanks for being here. Most importantly, thanks for being yourselves. If you take one thing away from this whole stream, please remember you are deserving of creating. You are deserving of the ability to create, okay? You don't have to hit some kind of bar or hit some kind of skill level to make something. It can be anything. Let yourself have the space to create. Let yourself have the space to learn and grow. Yes, sometimes you might make something weird. You might make an abomination monster, but you know what? It's your abomination monster, and it's beautiful and awesome in that way, and it tells your story. So give yourself that grace and that patience, and let yourself learn and grow with us here, and that's what I want to say. That's all. You're awesome. Thanks for being here. Thank you. I'm an abomination monster. No, you're not. You shut the heck. All right. Unfortunately, I gotta raid out. Oh man, there's so many people in here. It's painful to raid out when you have a lot of people in here, but I am literally dead. Literally dead. Literally dead. Literally dead. Let's see. Let's find a nice raid. Let's see who's streaming. Let's see who I can. We might go raid this person.
Time.
Might go raid them. Oh, I should do the thing telling you my schedule. Sway, welcome on. Thank you for the follow. Hey, before I go, scheduling. So this week my schedule is a little bit fluctuating because I have some stuff going on with this house. I gotta go. We only have one car, so it's a bit of a juggle. We have an inspection on the house on Wednesday. We'll see how that goes. But I gotta go to that, and then because I'm going to that and then I'm picking Danny up, I'm probably just not gonna stream because I have such a short window to stream. Or I might stream later Wednesday, possibly. I was gonna take Gumbo into the vet Thursday, but I might reschedule it to the following week because I have so much going on this week. So I think Wednesday might be the up in the air day that I might not stream. And tomorrow I usually take Mondays off for doing inventory and Etsy stuff and that kind of thing. But I will be back Tuesday, Thursday, Friday with commission work and art streams. Saturday will be our survival Saturday, and I'm thinking it might be time for Kenshi. I really want to play Kenshi on stream. It's one of my favorite games, so that will be really fun and unhinged. So I hope you can join us for Kenshi on Saturday, and Art School coming up again on Sunday this coming week. So that's what we got going on this week. I'm going to work on some graphics as well, schedule graphic to show you all, but I just want to let you know what's going on. And if you're not already in our Discord, please drop in to join. Come be a part of our art community. I love you all. Thank you so much for being here. Please, Kenshi, let me come hang out with you while you do. I will let you know.
Go to bed!
I know. It's bedtime. It's bedtime. Okay. I'm so sorry. The nose and the snuffliness. I would stream longer, but it is just a big snuffly nose time. So let's go see. What better way? I can't talk. What better way to learn and grow, and to learn from our failures, than to watch a Dark Souls Deathless Randomizer run by our friend Nixon Fitzpatrick. I'll teach you something about sticking with persistence and overcoming our trials and tribulations. Good morning, Callus. I'm raiding out, dear. It's nice to see you. I am just feeling like I need to rest a little bit. My voice is it's a little bit funky. I don't want to push myself, so I'm gonna go get some rest. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Ray, as well, for the gift subs earlier. I really appreciate that. Thank you for the kindness and support. Thank you. Sorry, my mortal shell's failing me. I would stream until I disintegrate if I had a way to continue. That's exactly what I'm saying to you right now. I would 100% stream until I disintegrated into dust, because I love being here with y'all so much. But my voice won't let me, and I started to crack, and I'm starting to sound a little bit like an anime character. So on that note, I love you all so much. Get lots of rest. Get your flu shots. Not like I didn't get my flu shot and I'm paying for it. So please be healthy, my friends. I love you all so much, and I will see you Tuesday with Traditional Art Tuesday. I will be painting, doing live painting here on Tuesday. I'm excited for it. We're rating out. Don't worry about the ads till next time. Love you, fam. Thank you so much for joining us for Art School. And you can check the VOD on my VOD channel right in the chat there. Good night, everybody. Take care. Let's go take that raid message over to Nixon. Good night, y'all. Love ya. Mwah. Good night. You were great. You did great, class.